that's really pertinent.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight is December 16th at 7 p.m. Town Council meeting. I'll open call to order. We'll start with the pledge and moment of silence. Please rise. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So if you can all please remain standing. So being this is the last council meeting of the year, I just would like to take a moment of your time to reflect on those that we've lost throughout this whole year. Some people, some coworkers, family members, loved ones, people that we most dearly cherish. And we're coming into the holiday season, and those families are without those loved ones. And it's just been really weighing on my heart, being that this might quite possibly be the first time without that loved one. And I'd like to extend my thoughts and prayers to those who have lost someone during this past year, and offer any support that is needed. So with that, please join me with a moment of silence. Please be seated. All right, so we have I'm going to open up public comment, and we'll start out with Cub Scout Pack 901. The Webelow, how do you pronounce that? Webelow Den. So they are working on their My Community Adventure patch. Is that correct? All right, and from my understanding, you have a bunch of questions for the council. Our vice chair is a former Eagle Scout, so
Eagle Scout.
Thank you for the correction. Is an Eagle Scout, kind of like the Marines, always Marine. So with that, sir.
Great. So these are our, what do we got? All boys. We do boys and girls in Cub Scouts nowadays, and they have some questions here just to ask about the council and how you guys were elected. Actually, I think one of them was, were you guys scouts? So we have at least one answer. Give me a few of you boys here. Come on, give me like 3 or 4 of you. All right. So good. You can say your name and your question.
I'm Connor, and why did you guys want to be elected?
Anyone on the council?
It's an excellent question. The reason I wanted to be elected is because I love this community more than anything else. And I think Londonderry is a special place. And I think it's all about you guys, what you do, about the kids, about the people of the community. I just visited Ireland, and someone said to me, did you have a great time in Ireland? And they call it a grand time. And I said, the people were fantastic. But they don't hold a candle to the people of Londonderry. Ran here because I love this town.
Great question.
Thank you.
Go ahead and pull it down to you. You can pull it down. There you go.
What does the town council do?
Another great question.
I took the first one.
Chairman.
Good.
Well, we govern the town for the police, fire, DPW. We also help along with the library trustees manage their budget. Manage going into the process to voting on their budget. A lot of your daily lives are managed here. From, are you safe? Are we getting the resources out to the fire department and the police department to be able to help you or your families if you ever need help? Plowing the roads in the wintertime so that everyone's safe. Maintaining the recreational field so that you guys can have a good time in the spring and summer and fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Nate, and how long can you serve?
So we serve a term for 3 years. We have staggered terms, so not everybody is up at any election year. We have, so for an example, Councillor Farrell and myself, we're up this year. Our terms are up, and then in January we have to make an announcement if we're going to run for a position. So 3 years, and like I said, it was staggered. Great
Thank
question.
you. My name's Callan, and how many hours do you guys work in your office a week?
Depends
So-
on the time of year.
We don't have an office here. We actually all of us have day jobs and do other things. But it's how much time you want to put into it, and I would say I put in a lot of time, and I know a lot of the rest of them do too. So it's almost like a second volunteer job in a way.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
My name is Miles, and my question is, how often are the elections?
All right, my turn. So the elections for the town are every March. So the next election is March 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Ryan, and how many people can vote at elections?
Great question.
So all registered voters can vote at the election. Londonderry has 27,000 people and approximately 19,000 people who are registered to vote.
Thank you. My name is Owen. Do people like what you do to our town?
It really depends.
Wow.
I can take this one. I'll wait for people to quiet down, but I would say some do, some don't. I mean, it's with anything. Some people like some things, some people don't like some things. We try to do a good job where we get to most of the people happy, but there's always going to be someone that doesn't.
And to
Okay.
add on to that, I believe all five of us, and really, we try to do the absolute best we can to serve our community in the capacity that we have. So, some people are great, and others are exceptional. I think that we all try to do our absolute best for the community.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Clark, and what's your favorite part of the job?
Going home. No, I'm kidding. What it is it's honestly, it's really all about you guys.
Yeah.
It's about being. So some people say I've been here too long. It's been 25 years, but I get to see people like you become adults and become part of this community, and I get to see all the other good people in this community do great things. And it's more about all of you than it is about us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gardner. How often do you guys have meetings?
So it depends. So right now we're talking about money, and we have a lot more meetings. As I mentioned earlier, we have elections in March for the voters to vote on how we're going to use money, how we're not going to use money and stuff. So there's a lot of meetings these couple months, but typically we meet twice a month.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Jackson. I am 10 years old. And how long have you served in your time as town council?
And we'll start with the most senior.
I'll start with.
So I'm the senior member at 15 years.
Ted, you're next.
Total of 5 years now. 3 years for 1 year term, and two more years now.
I'm in my first term, and in March it'll be 3 years.
So I used to be 10 years old at one time, and I have served here 9 months, so I'm the new kid.
2 years for me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I think that's all.
And I think one of your questions was, were any of us Boy
somebody did
Scouts
have
or
one.
Cub Scouts, right?
I thought somebody did. Yes, please. We hear you're an Eagle Scout.
I am an Eagle Scout,
Very
yes. So I'm very glad to see your boys come on up. I've never seen anyone come up in the past 5 years that I've been on the board.
Yeah.
Come before us before, so I'm very glad to see it.
Great.
I know when I was a Boy Scout, we had to come before town council meetings and ask questions in the past for
Okay.
citizenship in the community.
Yeah.
So I'm very glad to see it. Hopefully you guys are able to move forward and move up the ranks. And I certainly enjoyed my time in scouting.
Great.
It was, a great, passion and exciting time, and made great friends and learned great qualities of life. So I hope your guys are able to keep on going.
Absolutely. Yep.
So
Great group of kids.
anyone else on the council, were they in the Scouts?
Briefly, but boys, very proud of you tonight. What you did was very difficult. Standing up and making public comment, standing up and speaking in public, it's something that's learned, and you guys did a great job.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you again.
One real quick, I want to say thank you and your leadership team for investing in our future. Hearing from the council in this brief time, just that you folks, you are our future, and the time that you're investing to mold them and guide them, as your parents too are doing the same. So a special thank you to your parents or your grandparents, or whomever, the investment and the time commitment that you're doing to you and the other leaders. I want to say thank you, and thank you for being so brave and proud for coming up. I'm very, very proud of you for doing that. So thank you. And with that, we'll take a brief pause. You guys are free to go. And we'll take a brief pause.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't want to stay for the budget stuff.
Can I go with them?
Thank you.
Thank you. And feel free to move up if you'd like. All right. So we are in public comment. I'm going to quickly just read through the rules of procedure for public comment. The rules of procedure have been adopted by the Council of Londonderry to govern citizens' input during public hearings and public comment sessions, and it may be enforced at the discretion of the chair. So there is a time limit of each individual speaker of 5 minutes. Speakers are not permitted to donate time to the speakers. During public hearings, speakers are required to limit their comments to topics which is before the council or board, and which is the subject of the hearing. So that's during public hearings, not public comment. During public comment, speakers are required to limit their comments to matters of public concern related to town governance. Placement of the agenda, individuals or groups wishing to speak at regular council or board meetings at the time other than public hearings shall submit a written request to the town manager or board chair as well as administrative assistant. The chair of the council or the board retains the discretion to allow or deny permission on the agenda. The following conduct is prohibited. Use of profanity or vulgar language or gestures. Use of language which is likely to lead to disruption or disorder because it insults or demeans any person, or which, when directed at a public official or employee, is not related to his or her official duties. However, citizens have the right to comment on the performance, conduct, and qualifications of public figures. Interrupting other speakers or engaging in behavior that disrupts the meeting, included to, not limited, applause, cheers, jeers, etc. Engaging in behavior that threatens or intimidates others, or addressing the council or board on issues that does not concern the services, policies, or affairs of the town. So with that, please come up and state your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Erica Lowy. I live at 18 Lancaster Drive. First, thank you so much for doing the Scout thing tonight. That was awesome. I know my Scout really enjoyed it and appreciated it. The reason I'm here tonight for public comment is specifically to once again reemphasize how important I believe the library is for our community and how desperately I would like the library how desperately I would like the town council and the budget committee to support the budget that the library has requested for this year. I know, again, as I said in my last public comment, I know things are really tight right now, and I know it's very difficult to imagine to make these cuts to departments that are considered essential across town. And I know we think of, when we think of essential services, we think of law enforcement and the fire department, because those are absolutely essential, particularly in emergencies. We do depend on them, and we don't want to cut that. And it's hard to say, oh, we have to cut that too. But what I really want to emphasize is that the library is essential too. It might not be the service we call in an emergency because, the library might not be where we go if our house is burning down or if we feel like our lives are being threatened. But we go to the library all the time. We as a community, not just my family. I mean, we were there tonight, my Scout and I, getting a book that we're going to go home and read. But there are community events all the time. There's talk from the library board of trustees about wanting to implement a mobile home delivery of books to people who can't get to the library otherwise. That's how valuable the library is to our community. And it's easy, because it's not emergency, it's easy to forget that the fabric of our community isn't just based on do we respond to emergencies in our town. It's also what do we give ourselves, what do we do for ourselves and our members on a day-to-day basis. And the answer is the library fills a lot of those needs. And a lot of the things we want to be able to do at the library and a lot of the things that we currently do at the library simply aren't possible if we keep treating it and its services as disposable and as less important than other functionings of the town. So please consider the library's budget request and the Board of Trustees' budget request in its entirety with that mentality in mind. I really appreciate your time tonight again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. I think that was great that we had the young people here speaking, that they're paying attention, they have questions, and they are the future. And the decisions we make today are not just for tomorrow or this coming year, they are for the future. And you folks are put in a position to make some very serious decisions with budget things. And I would just like to say that there are priority things like fire, police, DPW, etc., that we got to deal with. Not to mention schools, that's another budget. But all of these items, many of these items are extremely costly and continue to go up. And by the way, all this development that gets approved, I believe over 1,000 of housing units have been approved in the past year. I could be wrong with that figure, but I believe I heard that. And all of this has a burden on all the departments, fire, police, DPW, safety, all of this. And we have to take this into account. And by the way, we have to follow the law. We have to follow the RSAs, the state laws. But we can also have some effect with health and safety concerns within the town. And we have a right of boards and citizens to speak in regards to that. The health and safety of the citizens are primary, and that is the purpose of government, whether it's federal, whether it's state, or whether it's local. And so I just hope with the decisions that made, I look at the budget and I see it continues to increase by the millions of dollars. And all of this is a burden on all of us. Some of us can afford it. I'm not even including myself. I mean, at some point you have to look. Can you afford to live in this town? And these young people that are coming up that would like to come back to this town, are they going to be able to afford to live? Please, look at this budget very closely and make sure that we're doing it responsibly. There are some things, like rail trails, that are really nice, but when we're thinking about using grant money to the tune of over $400,000 for a rail trail, which is nice, I like going on it, but it's not used all the time. Not everybody uses it. It's a really nice thing, but it's not a necessity. So, thank you for what you do, and I appreciate the decisions you have to make.
Thank you, Ray. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire. I was thrilled also to see the Eagle Scouts here, but for selfish reasons.
Tony, you mean Cub Scouts?
Yeah, that. Cub Scouts. So it was a pleasure to have someone at this podium my size for a change, and I'm truly thankful for that. It's nice to have your people around you once in a while. So to piggyback a little bit on the previous speaker, I'd like to talk tonight about forms of government. To be clear, the 1,000 units that was talked of is a little bit light because it's close to 1,500. Kelly's staring at me. And it's rental units. There's also, on top of that, many more, hundreds and hundreds of single-family, whatever, condos or whatever, but just the rental part of it, am I close? 1,000-ish, whatever. That's a lot of people. Our charter was born in 1997, SB 2, okay? It's 2024. The question we need to ask ourselves, and should be asking ourselves, and should be investigating, is does the current form of government that we have, that was formed in 1987, which was Londonderry then, appropriate for 2024 Londonderry, which is now and into the future? I think we, by we I mean you, should take a look at that. I think it's important enough to find out, do we have the right form of government or don't we? We could do an investigation and come full circle and say, you know what we got is good. What we have is right. But wouldn't it be nice to be able to tell the taxpayers that? We've done our due diligence, we went all around the circle, we did all our investigations, and what we found out was what we got is what we need. I would love for that to happen. Personally, I don't think it will. And based on my investigation, you need to understand that in the 234 municipalities that there are in the state of New Hampshire, 13 of them are cities. That's not me. 13 of those are cities. But the word city, which has a certain connotation to most people, is probably not accurate. Because in the state of New Hampshire, the word city really doesn't mean much, and it's not population driven. And the example of that is the town of Franklin, New Hampshire is a city. I called it the town of Franklin because you think of it as a town, but it isn't. It's the city of Franklin, has 8,400 people. It's the smallest city in the state, but still a city form of government. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. The town of Derry is a town. It's the largest town, the largest population town. How the hell do I say that? It has the town that has the largest population that's still a town and not a city. Did I do that right? I think I did. So keep in mind that the word city, which everyone around here that I talk to, you say city and everyone's hiding under the carpet. Not necessarily a bad thing. You have, for towns, you have for towns and city, a mayor council, a council manager, a town council, town meeting with a town manager, town meeting with a ballot initiative, and then you also have 6 different ways that you can have each of those above. So approximately 24 different ways that you can formulate
30 seconds, Tony.
your government. But keep in mind, too, that inside of that, but wait, there's more, because you can also change it again by the language that's in your charter. So the concept here is, do we have the right form of government for Londonderry? I think it's time to take a hard look at it. I think it needs to be something that we have public comment on, that it's an agenda item, that we think about it, we talk about it, and that we act on it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening. Maureen Mansfield, 10 Ross Drive. I know I was here 2 weeks ago and you guys were going to write a letter to the EPA. I just wanted to see if that got done and if you got a date from the EPA of when they're going to talk to us about the water on Ross Drive and Tokenall Drive. Did we get anything?
So the process of writing that letter we are in process of working on that letter right now. It is something that before you send something, the council's name has to go through legal and then to the council. So we're in the process. I did, myself and the director of engineering the next morning after you were last here, did spend, gosh, John, it was probably over an hour on the phone with the EPA. Yeah, with Cheryl Sprague, who explained the full process to us. One thing to remember is that when you're dealing with the EPA and the federal government, they're not as nimble as the state government and the town. They can't necessarily waive their procedures and their timelines and the way they move things as quickly because, well, they're dealing with Superfund sites all over the country. So I want to be as open and transparent about this as I can. They're working to see if they can deviate from that existing procedure to send somebody in here in advance of those meetings that I told you last time would happen.
Right.
They're trying to see if that can happen. That's not an answer that we can get in the 2 weeks between last meeting and this meeting, though. So again, not always the answer you want to hear, but it's the most honest and straightforward one I can give you. We also talked with DES about their part in it. I gave a rather long and extensive description of this at the Utilities Committee meeting 2 weeks ago. So if you look at that video, you can see the longer version, and I'd be happy to sit down and fill you in one-on-one. But I will say it is in progress. We are working with them. We've been in contact with both the EPA and the DES about it. I'm loath to give an exact timeline until they get back to me with more, but they are looking at that process, as I said last time, the process of public notification of remedy and public meetings beginning at the end of the first months of next year. So like the end of January. Sorry, that was a weird way of saying the end of January. They're looking at that process starting the end of January. So,
so we can just
hope. You want. My number's on there. Feel free. But it is something that the assistant town manager and myself are working on right now. Yep. And the Utilities Committee and the Director of Engineering.
So I know the federal government drags its feet, but Tinkham Superfund site has been hanging on over our heads for me 24 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a little crazy, I think. All right. Well, thank you anyway. Have a nice holiday.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. I got 2 things pretty quick. First one, December, got a nice little letter from the town that said, hey, your taxes are going up. So I contacted the assessing department and asked when we're going to reevaluate our property again. We're going to reevaluate in the summer of 2025, and currently commercial value is trending down, residential value is trending up, which means next year in 2025 we'll most likely get another letter from the town that says congratulations, commercial values are down, residential properties are up again. This will be the 4th year in a row. So as we're talking about budgets, some folks might want to consider whatever you vote on in March, you're going to get a little extra come next December. That's the first one. Back in March, town elections, we had 5 citizen petition warrant articles. First one, Article 17, passed by 268 2686, 1430 said no. Should the planning board be an elected position? Article 18, 3085 said yes. 1077 voted against it, which is including public comment at the start and end of each meeting. Currently, several months later, 3 boards have complied with what was advisory. 6 boards have 1 public comment session, and 13 boards or committees have absolutely no public comment. Article 19, 3,125 voted yes, 1,017 voted no. Should committees meet at a time best for the population? Article 20, 3,204 voted yes, 933 voted no. Should we record all public meetings? We're doing much, much better on this, but there's still meetings that are not being recorded, or in one case, the microphones were shut off, so the meeting was recorded, but it really didn't do much. Article 22, 2,427 voted yes, 1621 voted no. Should the word advisory be removed from the Budget Committee? I believe the Budget Committee discussed this briefly at one meeting, said they needed more input from the town manager. I don't believe the town manager ever came back. I know the town council discussed these briefly, some saying that the people that voted yes didn't really understand what they were voting for. So we're coming up to the deadline to do citizens petitions. I sent an email to the town council on December 4th and asked if you were going to move forward with any of these. No one in the town council responded, so I'm going to take that as we're not going to respond. I'm just going to leave that out there, that a lot of people voted for this stuff and really nothing has happened.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. I know this. I have a question first. Is there going to be other public meetings, comment with the budget and town council for the public to comment on, or no?
So
is there going to be more, or is this the only
one? We have a public
one?
Hearing tonight.
I'm sorry, Chad. I can barely hear you.
No worries. We have a public hearing tonight regarding this,
and that's it.
And there's deliberative session as well.
Right, but we're only having one this year.
No.
There's another one.
There's more.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. There's more.
Martin Luther King Day, there's another one.
Say it again?
The third, whatever Martin Luther King Day is, there is another.
January 20th.
January 20th. Okay, I just wanted to see how many times the public was actually going to have input on budget items. It just seems a lot less this year, and it was less last year, and it seems even less this year than in the past.
Just for the record, I asked for more meetings, and we put more workshops together. I think our public, Justin will correct me if I'm wrong here, I think our public hearings are scheduled by statute, right?
Charter and statute.
So, whatever he
I
says.
understand, but I hear everybody say they want to hear what the public has to say.
I'm agreeing with
And a workshop is great, but you can't speak at it. And there should be speaking after every item that's up on the budget, or questions as they move through and do their presentations, so that people in the audience can actually question the presenters that are presenting, whether it's fire, police, DPW, library. They can come up and ask questions individually, which to me is just good government.
I understand.
That's all. And so the other thing I want to say is I really want you to be mindful about all these warrants that you have up onto the for the budget this year, onto the ballot, excuse me, and just really do your due diligence. I do think that when you're cutting a budget, you have to look at personnel. I know you said not to look at personnel, but you know what? It's a hard thing, and you have to do it. And it shouldn't just be one department. One department shouldn't suffer over other departments. It should be across the board. If one is going to feel it, then they should all feel it and all be in it together. It shouldn't just be one area being sacrificed. It should be every single one have to feel it, because every single taxpayer has to feel that pain when they're paying those bills. And people need to be mindful. I mean, it was said at a meeting, and I don't know who said it, And they basically said that, if it's on the ballot, people just vote for it, and they don't realize the consequences of it. And lots of times it's because it says it has no tax impact because you're using undesignated fund balance or whatever, and people don't realize the amount of money that they're actually going to be committing to year after year. Yeah, it might be 0 this year, but next year it's 3%. The year after that could be 5% on top of what everything else. So people aren't understanding that because we're not clear that these things that we vote on as citizens in this community, and we all have to share into this. We have to be inclusive as possible in this. Not everybody has a deep pocket, and not everybody is comfortable with just, it's just another $1,000. It's just another $5. It's just 50 cents. Well, that 50 cents, that 1,000, that 500 can mean a lot to a family. A difference between taking a vacation and not taking a vacation, getting a new car and not getting a new car. So if you're comfortable and you can do that, that's fantastic. But if you're not, let's not close our eyes and be elitists. Let's really look at people who may have lost their job, or a spouse who have passed away, or their income just dropped for God knows whatever reason. It's just not fair to think everybody can afford it, because it's not true. And so when you are looking at these budgets, yeah, it hurts and it's not fun, but you have to consider every single person who lives in this community, not just the rich people. And with commercial properties failing, and you guys wanting to give them, not failing, wrong word, excuse me, being valued less, we need to think about not putting into place things like, let's give them a break on their taxes so they build. Businesses have an impact on our finances here just as much as an apartment building or a house. Okay, I'll be quick. The other thing I wanted to say is they do. They impact fire. Police go out to them all the time, businesses. The traffic on the roads, especially these warehouses with trucks. One truck on our road equals 84 cars. You're talking more wear and tear. You're talking more trash trucks coming down to do things. So you really have to take in all perspectives and all avenues and make sure that you're doing it fair to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, real quick, I have a question for our Assistant Town Manager Kelly. Do we have any businesses in town right now having a tax break of any sorts?
I wouldn't call it a tax break. We have various exemption programs and other programs through the state in which businesses are taking advantage of. It's not necessarily a break.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Good evening.
Hello, Megan Donovan, 45 Chase Road. I just want to say a couple of things. A few weeks ago, I think it was the November meeting, near the end of November, I made some public comments as a private citizen with my views and ideas and my opinions, and that's what they are, just my opinions. Later in the meeting, one of the committee members responded to what I had said with a derisive comment, calling my public comment a speech. And I just want to make sure everybody is aware that public coming up is free to come up. That's why we have public comment and shouldn't be judged for it. I appreciate everybody has different backgrounds and different opinions, and I think that's very good to have on a board. But I think you'd get more people coming if they weren't afraid of the retaliation of that kind of comment. Everyone else in the public that was referred to with respect, and I just did not appreciate that comment. The other thing I wanted to talk about is over the last several years, there has been a effort to reduce the extra empty positions and different things in the budget. And this year, I feel like we've come to the part where we can't go any lower. That your town department heads presented really good, well thought out budgets. They weren't asking too much. There's some warrant articles for additional positions that didn't need to go to warrant. They could have just been added into the budget. It is being brought to the public for them to make those decisions to see if they want those extra positions to be voted in. So I just want to take a moment to look at what was presented the beginning of November, that your department heads are professionals in their fields. They know what they're talking about, they know what they need, and they're not asking for extraordinarily large or different things in their budget. So I would really caution you to say that you can't really keep cutting because you're going to start cutting services. Just be mindful of what you're looking at. For tonight's budget, it's less than a quarter of the budget for the entire town budget. So what we're seeing with the school and the state and the town things, our portion that we're looking at is 23.8% or something like that I've seen as reported. So that's not a lot. What your town departments here, they offer the infrastructure for our town. They offer things like safety, entertainment, mental health. All of that is all important. The library, obviously, I am very, very in favor of the library. I am a lifelong library user. I do work at the library. But the clerk's office and the finance department, all of these other departments are just as important. Not one department is more important than the other to provide a good, strong infrastructure. So keep that in mind when you're looking at the budget, and I urge you to really consider just giving what your department heads what they asked. Not more, not less, just what they asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. Tonight I just have 3 items that I want to talk about, and pretty much it's following up on several meetings. On October 7th of this year, you had a council meeting where the fire chief resigned. On October 21st, there was discussion about that and some other areas. We had November 12th, and now we are at December 16th. During the October 7th meeting, I requested all documents, documented open town department positions for years 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. This was to include salaries and associated costs. It's now approximately 70 days, and I haven't heard a thing from the town. Shame on you. The second situation had to do with the letter of suspension by the town manager, Michael Malaguti, to the fire chief. And I'm requesting information from the period of September 1st, 2024 to December 16th, 2024. These are based on the facts that the town council chairman, Chad Franz, interacted with the town manager and had involvement and knowledge of this letter, and furthermore purposefully kept information from this board and acted alone. I believe that there were violations of the town charter under Article 4, Section 4.7 and 4.8. Making sure that the town charter has not been violated under these sections, I requested that the town attorney review the circumstances surrounding these issues and use all means necessary, but not limited to emails, texts, and meetings. As noted in the town charter, violations do carry remedies. I am going to give you I'm going to serve the board now 2 letters of 91A. It's unfortunately I have to do this. I've already asked for it publicly. I should have received it publicly. Now you're forcing my hand to give you 91As. And now, because of your inaction, I have to pay for this, and I'm a taxpayer. It's a shame. Absolute shame. This has to do with the charter violation, 91A, and this has to do with the positions.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I assure you, gentlemen, if I don't hear back from you, I have prepared and I have spoke to the Attorney General's office, the Justice Division, on public integrity, and they will file. It's not a threat. I will do it. because I'm going to get the answers that I deserve as a taxpayer. So it's up to you guys. Either get me my information or not, and I'll file a complaint with the Attorney General's office. I've already spoke to them. Last but not least is I've had a couple of people reach out about the town manager's position, and when do we think that the town manager's position will be posted? Do we know yet?
We are working on that right now.
Okay. And when did the town manager leave?
He stepped down, it was the end of October, I believe it technically was. So right now we have our interim town manager of Art Salidas. And
Yeah,
we're,
I totally understand that. And I
we're
thought
in
that
the
was a
process
great
within
move, quite
HR to
frankly.
do the
Good for you,
duties that
Art.
we need to do.
God bless you. Okay, but it's been a month now. I don't think we should drag our feet on this, because there are some people, good people in town that are interested in this position, that have kids in the school system, that are well aware of municipalities, and they're looking to step up. So let's not drag it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
So I got a couple of quick things. Regarding taxes, you guys know that I shared with you the analysis I did regarding taxes, so that the public understands where we are at taxes. So I asked the assessing department to help me. We did a detailed analysis on where the trends are moving. Back over 15 years ago, we were at 55% commercial, 55% residential, 45% commercial. That has trended over a 10-year period, went down to a 60% residential, 40% commercial. The current numbers are as at 69% residential and 31% commercial. It takes about $130 million to run the town, and about $110 million of that is collected in this building. On those numbers, the reason we moved to a 2-year cycle is that by state statute, we have to stay between 90% and 110% valuation. We've talked about this before. If we drop below 90%, all the commercial files abatements, and we theoretically automatically lose every time we go to court because of the way the state law is written. We've asked for the state law to be changed multiple times so that we can evaluate residential and commercial, separately. They don't let us do that. We have to do it all as one collective base. So that's the reason we evaluate every 2 years. Can't control what the market's doing, not disagreeing with what Mr. Douglas says. And I said it last year. You vote yes, that means you're paying for things. The other analysis I just did is that we looked at, as we're looking going into this budget piece, fire, police, public works, and insurance is $32.6 million. That's 74% of our budget. Solid waste is $3 million. That takes us to $3.6 million, which brings us to 80% of our budget is on fire, police, public works, insurance, and solid waste. The departments that are responsible for our revenue: the clerk's office, finance, assessing, and IT. IT is part of our revenue generation and helps us track everything. That brings us to $38 million, 86% of our budget. So when we're going through this and everything, my question to the council is what services do we want to cut? Because if we're going to give up services, that's what we're looking at here now. 86% of our budget either performs those services or drives our revenue. So just things to think about as you come up during public comment and during the budget committee piece. That's where we're at today. 86% of what we need today, we pretty much can't do without unless we actually cut the service that we're providing. So just something for you all to think about.
Anyone else? All right, I'll close public comment. Next item on our agenda is boards appointments and reappointments. So, Shearson, walk me through this. Mr. Town Manager, I'll go to you. Assistant Town Manager, we good? I'm good.
You good?
Walk us through it.
Okay.
Sorry.
So to start off with, you have a packet in front of you that has the cover page has a list of new applicants who are potentially here for interviews. Some of them were not able to make it. I have statements. Some of them I was not able to connect with. You have talent bank forms in that packet for all of them, and then you have the list of applicants on each individual board. People who are reapplying for their current seat were not asked to submit a full talent bank form this year. They were just asked to update their contact information and their employment for any conflict of interest purposes. And they were not asked to reappear for interviews. So we only have the new ones. So, Mr. Chair, if you'd like to proceed with interviews, I'm sure some of these people are eager to get up here and speak with you.
I do have a question, and if we can go down the list, how many by, we have Conscom, Heritage, Housing and Redevelopment Authority, Planning Board, Rec Commission, Senior Resource Committee, and Zoning Board of Adjustments. Do you have it broken down by how many positions there are?
If you turn through the packet past the talent bank forms, there's a sheet for each of those commissions in there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The applicants, those sheets are in alphabetical order, as well as the list. The applicant's interview list is in alphabetical order by commission. So it is up to the council's discretion whether they want to interview everyone first, or if they want to go board by board and interview the potential new members. So that's up to your discretion how you would like to proceed.
What does the council want to do?
Do all these positions expire tonight, the ones that are up? They expire at the end
They
of
expire at the end of the year, yes.
So we have to act on them tonight.
Yes.
I think we should go board by board.
I will say that in only one case,
Our packet set up.
I would say in only one case does the number of applicants exceed the number of open spots.
Which case is that?
Senior Resource Committee, and I do have something to observe about that when we get there.
I mean, something to consider is these people are here, you could interview them, and then we can go through the packet board by board, just so out of courtesy to them to interview them first.
Yeah, I'm fine with
It's
that.
just a
Mhm.
suggestion.
Yeah, I have no.
I'm fine with that.
Ezekiel, so we'll be good with having the people interviewing, have them come up, state the commission or board or that they're a committee that they're applying to or interested in, and then as always, have them open up with a brief introduction of themselves, and then we'll move on to any questions that the council has. We good with that? And doing all the people who are interviewing at once? All right. So we'll start with Ezekiel Bickford. Ezekiel here.
Elko.
What's that?
Elko.
I am so sorry about that. No, my apologies. I meant no disrespect.
Don't worry. Hi, I'm Elko Terrell Bickford. I live on 27 Beacon Street. Sorry. Didn't think I would be talking in front of everybody. It's okay. I'm for the Conservation Committee. That's what I'm here for. My husband's going to try to make it, but I don't know if he can.
No worries. Thank you.
I guess I'm going to be asked questions.
I'll ask you what the Cub Scouts asked me.
I don't know.
Why do you want to do this?
I've lived in Londonderry all my life, and
Fantastic. That's good enough for me.
I went to school here. I went to college at UMass Lowell. I work in Boston. I'm a nurse at Boston Medical Center. So, and then I came and I bought a house here, and I have a 3-year-old, and I want him to grow up like I grew up. When I grew up in Londonderry, everybody knew each other. I know it's a little bigger than before. I grew up in the Woodmont area, and it was a town. I like to conserve a little bit of that. That Woodmont has become just crazy. It's like a Medford or a Somerville, which is fine because the times are asking for it. But we should be able to preserve a little bit of Londonderry because that's what people, I think, come to Londonderry like, oh, we have land, we have a house, we have something around there. So that's why I want to be part of the committee.
Great answer.
So I would ask, what is the role of the Conservation Committee to you, and what is most important about that role that you would like to see?
I would like to see, I know this is like contour, but a little bit less building. You go down, I think it's Hardy or Hubby or whatever, all that forest has gone. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses. Everywhere you go down 102, it's all houses. There has to be somewhere where we can conserve that land. And I know it takes money or whatever, but we have to keep Londonderry quaint. It's not quaint anymore. It's blown up. It's a little Massachusetts. And I just think that we could do a little less is always better sometimes.
Anything else from the council?
Are you available Tuesdays at 7:30?
Yes. I don't work on Tuesdays.
And Elko, I'd like to again extend
It's
my
okay. Don't worry. You can call me Elle. You can call me Chiquita. That's what I grew up with. So it's okay.
Just so you're aware, so the town has spent $16 million on open space, either conserving it or getting land rights. So some stuff has been done.
No,
so just
I have to read a lot into it, but I just figured I wanted to be a part of it.
Saying.
Yeah.
And appreciate it.
And just clarification for Kirsten, is this an alternate or full-time member position?
So we have 2 full-time member positions open, 2 alternate member positions open, and 2 current members who are looking to be reappointed. So there's an alternate. One of those people requested an alternate slot, so there's a full and an alternate available if you reappoint the full member.
Which do you choose? Do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference.
So,
thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Dave Ellis. Dr. Ellis, you available, sir? We'll have you come up.
You don't mind, I'll
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you very much, sir. So, if you can, just a brief introduction, which position you're interested in, and then we'll open it up to the council for questions.
First of all, I'm Dave Ellis. I live at 1 Wilshire Drive.
Excuse me, Kirsten, are you able to move the mic for him down?
For a position as either a member or an alternate. Sorry, thank you, Kirsten. I've applied for a position as either a member or an alternate on the Heritage Historic District Commission. I'm an amateur historian with the Historical Society. I'm seeking that position because I'd like to increase a little visibility of some of the historic areas in town. I've attended a number of the meetings and have noticed that occasionally some of the projects that come before them for a hearing, the person bringing that project doesn't even realize that he's got a historic property there in the first place. I believe I can help the committee by adding a little expertise. I've done quite a bit of amateur research around the town, figuring out its origins and what's old, what's interesting, and stuff that isn't as old and probably not as interesting. Questions?
Questions from the council?
I know you certainly have helped the Heritage Commission in the past with some of the items that you've been able to bring forward. And I know that the Heritage Commission was welcoming your submission, and they thought that your research abilities that you've had in the past and would be willing to help in the future would be helpful.
You're new in town, right? You're a new guy, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for applying to it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Elko, has Stephen made it? We'll push that off. So Lisa Sussman, is Lisa present? Good evening.
Good evening.
If you wouldn't mind, if you could, thank you so much.
Yep. I'm Lisa Sussman, 128 Hardy Road in Londonderry. I'm a Londonderry resident for 32 years. My children and my grandchildren live here, and I was also a business owner here for 30 years. And I don't have a particular committee in mind for now. Either planning or zoning, perhaps, but honestly, wherever you feel like it best be used.
Full-time or an alternate position, if appropriate, depending.
What's full-time?
So, Cheerson, can you talk a little bit to that?
Sure. So on most of the commissions and boards in town, full-time and alternate are essentially the same thing, except for whether you are automatically entitled to vote, like a full member, or if you only vote if a full member is absent, which is an alternate. We're required to have at least basically half of the board as a quorum, so the alternates are there to make it up in case the full members can't get there. Now, I will say that the alternates in every other way, in terms of questions, participation, in almost all cases, is identical to a full member.
Okay. So either.
And you had expressed several of the boards and commissions.
Correct. Yes. The only caveat I have is that I'm not here for January and February, but I am available remote.
Okay.
If I don't know if you do Zoom or Google or whatever.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
Thank you for replying.
Thank you. All right. Roberta Davis.
So Roberta Davis could not be here today. When I spoke to her earlier today, she asked me to explain the reason that she'd like to be on the Recreation Commission is that she has been active for about the last 5 years in the recreation space, in particular in tennis. Her focus, what she'd like to do is focus on ensuring maintenance, follows a schedule, and to help work to develop a more in-depth plan for recreation and recreation facilities to support the recreation department and work on getting that plan out to the public.
All right. Thank you very much.
Do we have a full or alternate position open on that board?
We have there's several positions open on that board. There is 2 full member positions and 1 alternate position. And there is 1 currently seated member applying and 2 new applicants.
Thank you.
So 3 positions, 3 applicants.
Is Patrice Ruff Burbine available?
Mr. Chair, she also could not make it today. Much like with Ms. Davis, I was able to speak with her today. And she said that she wanted to tell you that her family has been very deeply involved in tennis in this community for a very long time. The courts are actually named after her husband. And she's very interested in learning more about the broader recreation program and what she can do to help out and contribute where she can.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council? All right, Jeffrey Mintz. Good evening.
Good evening. Jeff Mintz, 40 Sawgrass Circle.
A little introduction about yourself
Oh,
and what you're interested
well,
in.
actually, in listening to Kirsten earlier, it seems that there's quote unquote competition for the spot on the Senior Resources Committee, and considering I'll withdraw my application and let someone else have it. So
You sure about that, sir?
I'm positive. Yeah, if somebody else wants it, let them have it.
Well, I did want to point out one thing about that. That's why I said I'd mention it when we get there. One of the applicants is a town employee. The catch is that she was, and I just caught this today, when she was appointed to the commission, she was not a town employee, so she's maintained the spot, but the charter does not let town employees be appointed. And it's Deb. So my thought was to maybe perhaps suggest that she continue as a recording secretary for the commission and still participate, but that would leave an open spot. So I apologize. This is what I wanted to get to.
That's fine. So my name is Jeff. I've been here for 3 or 4 years. Live in the over 55 community. I am a senior, and I really don't know much about serving in the town, for the people. But, I'm semi-retired now and can probably, certainly was it a once a week thing?
1 meeting per month, or 1 meeting per month.
Yeah, I think I can very easily handle that. Yeah.
And you state your skills and expertise is you're wicked smart.
Yeah.
Okay. For the record, he said wicked smart. I added the Boston
I can't
draw,
believe
so.
you guys. I can't believe you said that. Yeah. Well, I am that, but I also know what I don't know.
That's very
That does it for
important.
me.
That's
What?
very important.
That comment does it for me.
Yeah, very.
We all set, guys?
Very good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All right. Sorry for the initial confusion.
No
Oh,
worries.
perfect. Thank you. I'm just gonna take a quick note. All right, David Burnham.
David was not able to make it tonight. He texted me and said he had a work emergency, but he's still very interested if we are interested in having him.
Any additional comments on David's talent bank form? Any questions from the council? All right, moving on. We'll go back to Stephen Bickford. Stephen available? Good evening, sir. Come on right up.
I apologize. We lost some water service in Boston, and kind of was an important day for me.
Yeah, no.
How we doing?
absolutely. Doing all right. So, thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank you for
Very
having me.
to serve the community. So I'll ask that you just open up with your name, your address,
Sure.
the why, what you're interested in a brief introduction about
Sure.
you. And what you're interested.
My name's Stephen Bickford. For those of you who don't know me, you shouldn't. I'm new, kind of, like 7 or 8 years now. I've been living here. I work a lot, so I'm not really much around town. My brother and his kid my brother and his family grew up in this town, and they love it, so I found someone and moved here myself. Currently, I'm a licensed, unrestricted supervisor for construction through Boston and New Hampshire. I have current title is I'm a trades general foreman for the state of Massachusetts Mass Water Resources Authority. I do a lot of contract work. I do a lot of building. I do a lot of what I think I could help you guys out with, which is on the zoning and things like that. Pretty well brought up on state and local codes and things of that nature, and I kind of want to help. So if that's something you're looking for, I might be your guy. Oh, yeah, 27. Yeah, that's where we live. 27 Beacon Street.
Stephen, any conflicts of interest with your current full-time employment with?
No, I'm state of Massachusetts. I take the ethics exam, and it's for state of Massachusetts. Anything to do with any politics there, nothing to do with here. I double-checked as I had to have my ethics in before the end of the month, actually. So I have nothing that conflicts. There's nothing that I do here that would reflect upon, unless we want to bring water up here, which would be cool. But no, we're pretty good, unless you want to bring the Quab in this way.
Any in which specifically position are you interested in?
What did I go? The
Planning board?
Planning board. The planning board.
You want to come up too?
I'm sorry. The planning board.
So let me see if I understand this. You build stuff.
I do.
And
I do.
She conserves things.
This is how this works, right?
It works well.
That's how that works, right? She tells me where I parked, and I'm good to go.
I like you.
Any questions from the council?
I mean, certainly has quite a bit of experience within the construction industry, knowing plans, knowing how buildings go. I mean, I think you'd certainly be a good person for our planning board, that's for sure.
I thought so, yep. And I've been at it for 25 years, so.
I love the enthusiasm.
Just for clarification, you thought so, or your bride did?
Well, it was a combination. She told me I'd be great for it, and I listened because I'm a good husband, right? That's how it goes.
And you're wise.
Yes, exactly.
Anything else from the council? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All
So
right.
I think it seems like we have openings for each one of the people that we have interviewed and that are on our list tonight. Is that right, Kirsten?
Yes, you have more openings than you have people who applied for openings. The only thing that you'll need to do is decide between full and alternate. And if you want to appoint people, I mean, it's up to you whether you appoint people or not, but you just need to decide who you want for full and alternate. And in some cases, there are different lengths of terms. So you'll just have to assign people to certain terms.
All right. So we'll do one by one. We'll start with the CONSCOM. So I'll any conversation on the council and CONSCOM, or if not, I'll take a motion.
And I would just like to point out here, Mr. Chair, that Mike Speltz did request an alternate role
Mike
in this
Speltz?
case. Yes.
Okay.
On that, because we have 2 full-time members, would we want to appoint Alcal as a full or an alternate, because we have openings on both. And there's also a 2 and a 3 year alternate, so that's really the decision. I think that. Sorry.
Right.
There's a full-time, a 3-year alternate, and a 2-year alternate available, so we have to decide between those. The current full-term member, there's only one of those. So if we reappointed them to their full term, we'd still have all 3 options available that you see listed there.
All right, so I'll take a crack at it. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Harrington and Ms. Bickford to the 3-year full-time positions, the 2 3-year full-time positions, and Mr. Speltz to the 1-year 3-year alternate position, and leave the 2-year alternate position open. That work?
I'll second that.
So I have a motion. I heard Ted first.
that's
As a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Cheerson, please notify them that they need to be sworn in by the clerk. Thank you. Moving on, Heritage.
Mr. Chair, if I could
Yes.
interject here on this one as well. This one, there is currently a 3-year full member and a 3-year alternate position open. We're recommending that you make as you might remember, we added a 4th temporary alternate earlier this year.
To make sure that we have quorum.
To make sure that we have a quorum, considering that 2 other members of that board, 2 voting members, sit on other boards that meet twice a month, Ted and Art on the planning board. So that's a lot of meetings. So it's much more difficult to get a quorum on that than other ones.
Okay. So I make a motion to appoint Ms. Jordry as the full-time member, Ms. Scheckman as the 3-year alternate, and Mr. Ellis as the new 1-year alternate.
Second.
New 3-year alternate position that's being recommended.
I will second that.
All right, so I have a motion from John, second from Ted. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you. Housing and Redevelopment Authority, we didn't have any.
Just had one.
We had one.
Current member being.
So we'll make a motion.
David Abbott.
Since Mr. Abbott wants to be the victim, Mr. Abbott for a 5-year membership position.
All right.
Second that.
So I have a motion from John, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Again, please see the town clerk to be sworn in. So, Planning Board.
I will make a motion to appoint.
1 second, can I just ask a question first?
Yes, please.
What do we got for ZBA? Reason I'm just looking here. Ms. Berman, Ms. Sussman, Mr. Bickford. Mr. Berman. Mr. Berman was not here tonight. He was the
He could not,
gentleman.
correct. He could not make it.
Okay, well, okay, thank you for that.
Nope.
So my question would be: is we have Ms. Sussman is interested in ZBA and Planning Board, but she can't be here January and February. Mr. Berman was not here. ZBA is very hard to fill, and so I'm just bringing that to your attention before we do the Planning Board one for discussion.
Yeah,
And whatever your pleasure is.
And I would say Ms. Sussman would be good for the ZBA as an alternate. There's a 2-year alternate to 2 or 3, depending on whichever. But
So then, I'll take that as a default that, Ted, you wanted to make the motions? I'll make them if you want me to.
Before I do so, Ms. Sussman, would you be open for the ZBA? And do you know much about the ZBA?
She listed that.
I'm still here, yes. I don't
Oh,
know.
can you come to the mic real quick?
Thank you.
I'm not apprised of all the zoning rules and regulations for the town, but I'm willing to learn.
Okay, wonderful.
So it's a quasi-judicial board.
Okay.
So it's kind of like court.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay. Absolutely.
Just making sure you knew.
Yep. I understand, people requesting setbacks and things like that. It's typical.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So for the planning board, I will make a motion to appoint Jake Butler, and Jeff Penta as the 2 3-year full-time member positions, and Stephen Bickford as the one 3-year alternate position.
I'll second that.
All right, so I have a motion from Ted, second from Sean. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right, Rec Commission. Cheers, are we good with tracking and everything?
So far, so great.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to appoint Russ Greenwood as a 3-year full-time member position. Roberta Davis as a 2-year full member position, and Patrice Ruff Burbine as a 3-year alternate position.
All right, I have a motion from Ted. Any discussion? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from John. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Senior Resource Committee.
Make a motion to appoint Mr. Green and Mr. Wilson to the 2 3-year positions. Ms. Robinson to a 2-year full member position. Ms. Bauer to a 2-year full membership position. And Mr. Mintz to a 3-year alternate position.
All right, so I have a
Second.
motion from John, second from Ron. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Zoning Board of Adjustment.
I will make a motion to appoint Susan Brunel and Brendan O'Brien to the 2-year, 3 full member positions. Sorry, the 3 full year member positions.
Thank
That's
you.
a little convoluted. Mitchell Fig as the 1 2-year full member position. David Burnham as the 1 3-year alternate position. And
Lisa.
Lisa Sussman for the 1 3-year alternate position.
I'll second it.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sorry, I read that wrong.
That's a
1 2-year alternate position. Thank you.
All right, you have that? All right, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ron. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Again, as a reminder, please coordinate with with Shearson Hildenan to be sworn in with the town clerk. All right, public hearing. I'll accept the motion to open public hearing.
So moved.
A motion
Second.
from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are in public hearing. Mr. Campo, I'll allow a moment for the BudCom and the Finance Department to come up. We're going to go in a 3-minute recess as we don't have a quorum.
I don't know.
I'll take down one.
Oh. Okay. I can leave if there's not enough chairs.
Nice try, dude.
Really?
I think there has to be a second on that, right?
2 for 1. Fighting with the chair.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Thanks. I stopped trying. 2, 3 years we still got small print.
Yeah.
All right, we have a quorum now. Out of our brief recess. So we are in public hearing. Just want to say something real quick, Justin, to you and your team. I wanted to say thank you publicly. I know that this budget season has been a lot for everyone and the department heads and the staff and everything. But I specifically wanted to single your department out and thank you for the hard work and dedication and professionalism and honesty that you and your staff has provided to the community, to the council. And for what it's worth, it means a lot to me. And what I've heard from the community, it means a lot to them. And I know you don't like being highlighted, but I do thank you and your whole staff, and Sarah and everyone that you have up there. It means more than you realize, and I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
All right, so sir, the floor is yours.
So this is going to be quite simple before the public comes up or anybody has anything to say. The only change from the operating budget was we hired an additional individual and they made their election on insurance, so the insurance amounts have changed. Everything else has remained the same. If you look in your packet, you should see that I was able to establish draft warrant articles, and I want to emphasize that they are draft warrant articles. I have not run them by DRA. I have not run them by legal counsel yet. But I wanted to get something out there to kind of show what it will look like and the size of it all, where we have 5 CBAs and the 5 additional warrant articles that go with it for special cost meetings should the CBA fail, as well as the two sets of 2 warrant articles for positions to determine whether we want 2 traffic officers or 1 full-time librarian or part-time librarian. I included the wording in there essentially stating that should the larger one be voted in, this one will become null and void. So it won't be 3 officers or 1.5 children's librarians. On the tax rate calculation, what we did is we put the higher amount when calculating it out. So if you go through and you add them all up, you'll be off by the 1 traffic patrol officer and the part-time children's librarian.
Okay, and I'm sorry, there was just slight commotion. So just to confirm, this was ran through legal and DRA?
It has not been, no.
Oh,
These
it
are
has
draft
not. Okay.
warrant articles. I wanted to
Understood.
emphasize that aspect.
Understood. Thank you very much for that clarification. Any comments from the BudCom or council before we go to the public? All right, seeing none, this is public hearing. So I just asked name and address. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Several times during things that have gone on in the past couple of months, it's been mentioned that, well, there's no reason why we can't do this and there's no reason why we can't do that. And I just want to remind you that it's my understanding we have 15 over 55 communities in Londonderry. 15 of them. That is not to mention the other hundreds of seniors we have that don't live in 55 communities. I just want you to bear in mind what living in a senior community means. It means that we are on fixed incomes. We cannot go out and, like my kids used to say to me, work an extra shift, Mom, so that I can get those sneakers that I want. I just want you to bear that in mind. We have a huge senior population, probably one of the largest per capita in the state of New Hampshire. And I want you to keep that in mind because we just cannot afford the taxes. Whether you think we're an affluent community or not, we are not. We rank actually considerably low as far as affluent communities in the state. And I just want you to be aware, seniors, y'all may have jobs. We don't. And most of us are of the era that we know we do not have pensions unless we were in municipalities or fire or police. most of us do not have pensions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to share with the public that additional information that I shared with you when we did the tax analysis.
Please do.
So when we did the tax analysis, we figured that about $12 million a year is paid by the 55 and older communities. And we figured that it was about $20 million in total when we extrapolated the demographic of the town. So people paying taxes in this town that are 55 and older is about $20 million of the total taxes that are paid.
Thank you.
And John, that includes the town and school?
Yeah,
Library,
so
everything?
we collect $110 million, so it's both sides. My point is that, they're a community to be listened to because they're paying $20 million in taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And John, did you state a percentage of the?
Well, there were some other things in that memo that I don't remember off the top of my head because I'm getting old. But there's a percentage of the that I think I laid out in that memo with regards to the percentage of the demographic of the state.
Understood.
And anybody who wants that, it was sent to the council. It's a public memo.
Thank you. Folks, we're in a public hearing. Good evening.
Good evening. I've got a lot. I think a lot. So, for years, I've been coming up here and asking, why do we have all these vacant positions, and why aren't they getting filled? Why don't you, get the budgets where they're supposed to be? And I just get, I guess I got a question, and it's, when we add, we'll look at Article 27, to add an additional police officer, which I guess everybody up there is supporting. How much is that cost just for salary and medical benefits, Justin?
Just give us a moment to prepare that answer.
Oh, yeah.
So, Justin, the chief gave me a number when I asked for that of somewhere around $160,000.
Salary and benefits for a one-person traffic unit is $172,548. So $172,548.
And that's loaded.
Fully loaded, NHRS, health insurance at a family plan, dental at a family plan, uniform allowance, short-term, long-term disability, life insurance.
Okay, so where do we come up with 264,360?
The 264,360. So that's the 172 I just quoted you was salary and benefits.
Yep.
We then have training courses at $750. Uniform and equipment for one officer is $14,210. And part of that warrant article is a vehicle for the traffic unit, and upfitting that vehicle is $76,851.
Okay, anything in there for fuel for that vehicle?
No.
That doesn't include fuel?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to pick on this one because we have, according to the last information I got from Justin, we have 5 open positions in the police department. So, for years, this has been going on.
That's now dropped to 4.
Okay.
We've hired someone new recently.
Okay. Well, you gave me 6, and then there was 1, so there's 2 more? 4, 5?
I'm looking at.
One in the background right now.
Sorry, there's one in background right now that I'm
Okay.
counting.
So there's 4 open positions. Okay. So for years we've been dealing with this in the town where department heads have kept open positions and asked for extra personnel. And I don't understand how you operate a business like this. Okay? Because in the real business world, if somebody came up to you and said, in my department, I need to hire 2 more people, and you say to them, well, you have 4 vacant positions. But with 2 more people, I can do some more. All right? Why don't you fill those 4 positions and see if we really need an extra person? All right? They've done this through years,
in this town with school resource officers where they've had vacant positions. All right. And they say, oh, we need a school resource officer. All right. And like, Councilor Farrell said, do you want to cut personnel? Well, it's not always about cutting personnel. When you have 4, and the numbers you're giving me on the 4 vacant positions, that includes extra money in training, extra money in overtime, extra money in vehicles, and everything that's in that budget, correct? So
Not fully, no. You have to keep in mind that part of the reason those positions are open is because our overtime budgets have been historically underfunded, which has led to issues that have been very public in the past couple months.
Okay.
Which is why, compared to where this has been at previously when you've come up, I think a couple of years ago we were talking 7, 8, 9. We're now down to 4 because we've been able to work slowly towards right-sizing the budget to allow those positions to be filled up.
Oh, and I have to give credit to our police department and the fire chief. I mean, the police chief for doing that, because before I was up here with a previous police chief who said he has to run 7 vacant positions on his department to balance his budget. All right, that is a problem. Okay, and when I look at the council and the budget committee saying, yeah, I'm in favor of adding more personnel, but nobody's addressing the personnel that you have already budgeted for. Okay? Patrick asked the police chief, if we give you 2 and you already have 4, I think it was 5 at the time, which ones would you fill first?
And his response to it was that he would fill the 2 traffic units first.
Right.
That warrant article, if I can respond,
yep,
is a direct response to
An ask.
A
request.
A request from the chief, but and that request comes from the fact that there's a lot of traffic complaints in town. That they did an analysis, the police department did, and we're only spending, I believe it's 6.9 hours per week working traffic. And that the community seems to be saying they'd like to see that number go up. And this would make the next 2 hires, or the next 1 hire, however it goes on the warrant article, be specifically dedicated to working traffic 40 hours a week.
Okay, so I get where you're going with this.
And
all right,
before the record, I think we've been working to right-size those lines for the police department so that they can hire up to 69 or whatever the number is, so that they can have a full department. We've been working towards that for several years now. That means fixing the overtime line. That means fixing the training line. Those are been steps along the way. We didn't do that all immediately 3 years ago because that would have been a shock to the taxpayers. We're trying to fix those lines gradually that have been historically underfunded. And so, yes, the police department has not been at full capacity, but that is because they were using some of those open positions to cover for the shortfalls on other lines. I would like to see them not have to do that. But
exactly.
I agree with you, Dan. I would like to, Mr. Bouchard, I would like to see them up to 69. I also think that the citizens of the town want to see more traffic enforcement. And this warrant article is a response to that apparent desire from citizens of the town.
Okay, so to me, this is, your typical government response. In the private world, you'd be going back and you'd say, you got 4 positions. You need extra traffic out there? Hire 2 more out of your 4 and put it there. What is the difference?
So didn't this originally come from? It's a different purpose for those specific ones that you're talking about. So this one is specifically for traffic, and then the other one's for regular.
Okay, so let me address that.
I don't want to wait till hire 70 and 71 to get increased traffic enforcement in the town, and I don't think people in the town want that either.
What is the difference whether you hire from the 4 vacant positions that you have versus 2 extra that you're going to be putting on? And the other thing is I want to point out, okay, is that it's a bottom line budget. So it doesn't matter if you say, I'm going to hire one person and they're going to be for traffic. The bottom line is it's a bottom line budget. The department head can allocate his staff whichever way he wants. If you watch these budget hearings, if you watch stuff that's gone on in this council meeting, all right, they took somebody from records, which they felt didn't need to be there anymore, and they put him into the legal department. Okay? So things can get shifted around.
So if I can just interject for 1 second. I think what Dan's trying to say to us is he has 2 positions now. Why doesn't he put them on traffic now? I think that's what he's trying to say.
Exactly. Thank you.
I think there's a little bit more to it than that. I think also, as Patrick said, there's an apparent ask for that. I think if we have those positions on there, and I get what you're saying completely, but I think part of it is to see if the town wants those resources allocated in that way, and that's part of it.
I'd like to give an opportunity for the deputy chief to come up and respond.
I think 2 things.
Can we make sure you have a microphone just for the public at home, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I think 2 things can be true. Both what Mr. Bouchard's saying and obviously what Mr. Cassie's saying. We have left those open spots because we haven't been properly funded. Now with the chief coming in, Justin and him have been working to right this wrong. And we knew that it was going to take 4 to 5 years. So we've been slowly doing that. But to just take those open positions that we have and go ahead and make them traffic, we wouldn't be able to do that without the funding that this warrant article will allow.
Okay. You said you had 2. Was that your? You said you had 2 comments. That was just.
No, I said 2 things can probably be true.
Thank you.
Thank you. And some of what he's saying is absolutely accurate. We do have the ability to kind of move people as we will. We just don't have the funding to go ahead and do that right now without the funding that this warrant article will provide.
So if I hear you correctly, what I believe you're saying is that historically there had been some line items that are underfunded, specifically the overtime.
Correct.
By fully staffing, we would exceed your overall budget, your bottom line budget.
Exactly.
And over the past several years and in continuum for following years, we're in a process of right sizing those budgets.
Right. There's only so much you can do each budget cycle. So that's why it takes 4 to 5 years to kind of right size. And we've been making strides, obviously, because we're staffing up more, as Mr. Bouchard pointed out, more than we have in the past. Because this has been a cycle that has gone on for 10 or 12 years. But now we're at 64 of 68 officers. We could go to 65, but then, we can't fill those last 3, not unless, if it was for this traffic, this warrant article, then it would come with funding for that.
And the numbers proposed in the warrant article drafts would be enough to fully fund one or both or one of those positions.
Well, I believe that last one was 1 in the car.
Yes, the prices or the cost quoted was for 1 traffic unit officer. So the 264,360 is for a 1-person traffic unit. On your warrant article or on the tax rate sheet, you'll see that there's also an option for 2, 2-person traffic unit, and that cost is $451,868.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So as you think about this, all right, when you're adding personnel, you're adding extra insurance. You've already got it in the 4, correct, Justin?
What do you mean?
So you got 4 vacant positions right now.
Yep.
Okay.
So we budget for their insurance as well, yes.
So it's already budgeted there. So I think it's cheaper if you right-size these line items instead of adding personnel.
We're doing both those things.
Well,
So
you can say that.
My
Patrick,
understanding
but
what you're
it's not.
saying is essentially rather than add the warrant article, then increase the police's budget in the lines that are underfunded, such as vehicle maintenance, some IT items, and all the various places. by the 242,000 and then take the warrant article off and have them hire up those two positions.
Correct. Because, I mean,
That's what, I just want to make sure that that's what you were saying, so, because I don't think everyone understood where you're going with that.
I just look at the whole issue with the fire department when we said last year people voted, they wanted 13. Okay? Well, if you know anything about, how the town been operating through the years, positions were always filled. Along comes one department head who goes over his budget and decides years ago, I'm just not going to fill positions. And it bleeds into the fire department doing the same thing. Oh, I'm not going to fill those positions because I need that money to balance my budget. All right. And that's not what the people want. The people wanted 13 firefighters. All right. And that created all kinds of problems because the gentleman that got the chief's position, and just like the police chief, were handed budgets that were messed up, okay, and were not run properly. So I understand the fire department trying to correct theirs, and I can understand the police department trying to correct theirs. But by adding more personnel is not the way to go until you have all your positions filled. Because if you, as a department head, somebody says to you, well, we could use extra traffic cops. Well, when I hire 4 more people, I can put them out there. All right? Instead of saying, well, I need that money to balance the budget. Mm-hmm. Okay? I think as a taxpayer, when you go out there and you say to somebody, they have 4 vacant positions. Why am I voting for 2 more? Good question. Why? It's cheaper if you just, fund the line items properly. I understand it's a bottom line budget. Okay? I watched the council and the budget committee come up with a 17% increase at the beginning of this whole thing. And it was like, oh my goodness, what are you guys doing? All right. Then it was the last time we're going to look at a 4% decrease. And the budget committee came up with some ideas. And it didn't seem like anybody bid on it. All right. It was kind of a process that you just did. All right. And I understand being on a budget committee how it feels to do that and nothing being done. But when somebody says, well, Joe, where would you cut it? It's not his, it's not up to him. Okay? Because the bottom line, it's the department heads that decide, it's the council that decides, and it's the town manager that decides where the cuts come. All right? Sometimes, and I learned that a long time ago with the budget committee. It's easier just to say, hey, we want a 2% decrease. You figure it out. Okay? And it doesn't come out of personnel. So, you look at, I don't know, I was going to put a call into Vivek and, see if he could come down here and, kind of point you guys in the direction. But so that's some of the things. On the news tonight, they were talking about how many homeless people we have in this state. And we know we have some in this community. Do we fund for that? Do we budget for that somewhere?
We outsource our welfare program to Community Health Services of Greater Derry.
And how much is that, Justin, roughly?
It's around 60,000, I believe. Give me 1 second, I can pull it up for you.
We have this as an agenda item later on.
What, homeless people?
No.
Well, that's what I'm bringing up. Because it's reality.
So this year they are budgeted for the contract is 75,000. In addition to that, we have 23,000 to assist with various items that they would recommend that we pay to those individuals to prevent oil from being shut off, rent from being back due or.
And
things of that nature.
how is that trending from previous years? I mean, are we underfunding that line item, or
Right now, it's been under budget historically.
it has been? By how much, Justin? Roughly.
So
it for years.
last year, it was under budget by $13,864.
Okay. All right.
Well, the analysis I saw in comparison to other towns, we allocate less than other towns towards it from a payment standpoint.
That could be true. I know other towns have recently increased their allotment in what is allowed for welfare services.
So if our allotments aren't as high as other towns, maybe that's why we're under?
Yes.
Do you have any, I know that you've been working on some stuff pertaining to this Cheerston.
If I just do this here, yes. So we actually have been, this is one of the things that's been in progress for a while, and granted, it probably could have gone a little bit faster. But we actually have a meeting scheduled for right after the new year with CHS, thanks to some urging along that we got. But we have a meeting with CHS right after the first of the year. So we'll be able to take a look at all these things, both with them and in terms of the dollar amount. So this is something that is in progress. We're just not going to bring it to you until we're completely sure of the process and and that we're in compliance with state law and your own procedures and code.
Thank you.
I know it's not a big ticket item, Article 28, $20,000 for the welcome signs, but this is something I've also stressed: more community involvement. Why can't we get businesses? All right, we already have businesses that sponsor some of these. Why can't we get businesses to pay for it more?
So it's $10,000 is coming from donations and fundraising from Beautiful Londonderry. So it's only $10,000.
So it's 10,000, not 20.
Correct.
Right.
So why is it?
We're going to fundraise 10,000.
Okay. I think it should be all fundraised, just like we did with the Christmas lights. All right. I brought that up before, and you know.
You want to help us, Dan?
Yeah. You want me to help you? I'll help you do it. I mean, you know, the people in this community, businesses in this community are great if you ask them. I mean, I know when I worked in this community, if I went to a business and I asked them for something, for a donation, they were more than happy to do it. You know?
If Dan wants to help, I'll help.
You know?
I think the hard part that was presented to us is that the signs themselves and how they were actually made.
Yep.
The wooden craftsmanship is very unique, so they have to go to a specialty person on them.
I know, and signs are
So it's not
expensive.
like you
I
can
know,
just,
I've dealt with
you know,
signs.
Replace them just as is.
Right.
You have to go to a specialty person to have them.
Right, and my big thing is, you know, if you go to a business, whether, and I don't want to pick on the, you know, New Balance all the time, you know, saying they could do something, but you know, we've got Coke, we've got New Balance, we've got, you know, a lot of big companies in the community that would probably love to have their name on it. Is what I'm saying.
How many signs are there total?
5.
It's not a lot.
I'm sure we could find 5 big business.
Yeah, yeah. So
I will take that help.
you know,
I will take anyone who wants to help us donate.
so you know, again, you know, I just think we have a lot of elderly people in the community. We have a lot of people in the community that are struggling, and you know, I know it's a tough position that you're in up there, you know, to give people what they want, but sometimes a lot of people are afraid to speak against us, you know, services, but I know it. We had somebody come up earlier. She lives in town. She grew up in town. You know, she felt bad when, you know, she comes up and, you know, comments are made. I could care less what comments you make. You know, I'm just going to speak my mind because I know what I hear from people out there and what people can afford. So, you know, perfect example, when you're looking at adding positions, when you have empty positions, it's hard. It's hard to say yes to that, you know? And I think people probably need to be educated about that, you know? So, any questions? Be more than happy to answer them. I just look, I mean, when Justin gave me the list of open positions, 10 open positions in the community. That's a lot. It's, what, $1 million?
It's likely less than that.
But not a lot.
It's, yeah.
Close to $1 million if you start adding all the bennies and everything. So,
Thank you.
you.
Ms. Bouchard.
Thank you.
Next. One more thing, sorry. I would, this is for my wife who's at home, okay? That library, I watch these meetings, and there's a lot of attacking on the library. Stop attacking the library. There's other places to cut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Erin Matlin, Library Director. I'm coming to speak tonight as a response to a request that we got at the last meeting by Mr. Gagnon asking for me to go forward to the trustees and with the request to cut $20,000 and to not go forward with the full-time children's librarian. So on December 4th, I did bring the request to the Board of Trustees. I brought your suggested cuts through the different line items. And I brought Donna and I reviewing those. Some of them matched up for those cuts. I did bring those to the board, and there was quite a lengthy discussion at that board meeting regarding those requests. And tonight we have Nancy Hendricks, who is a trustee member, to speak on the response from the board.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Leach Library budget tonight. I also want to thank you and acknowledge the thoughtful input and comments that you have made for us for our budget. This has been a very challenging budget season. They all are, of course. And it's always a challenge when we are charged with balancing the needs and services of the library and community while keeping our taxpayers in mind. The budget that has been presented to you is as lean as a budget as you can get from our point of view. There is no fluff. There's no heart-burning wants or desires, nothing lofty, and nothing that could be considered out of order. Our budget has been prepared to represent the needs and services that our community is demanding from us. At our last meeting, we went through each item that was recommended that we remove from our budget. And I can assure you that the discussion was spirited and lively. There was discussion about adding the position of the children's librarian to the budget, which we agreed was not the right thing to do this year. There was discussion about waiting another year to add a children's librarian, and we agreed that wasn't the right thing to do either. We candidly discussed the cuts that were recommended, and that discussion was particularly spirited. We are mindful that we were asked last year to remove $30,000 from the budget, which we did. Ultimately, after 2 hours of discussion, we have decided to support our original budget that we presented to you and to move forward with 2 warrant articles, one for a full-time children's librarian and one for a part-time children's librarian. Whichever one the voters support is the one that we will adopt. There was significant conversation around the $2,500 line item for furniture. I am told that some of our furniture has been in our library for 30 years and is long past its usefulness and safety. I don't have to tell you that we live in a very, very litigious society, and some of our furniture is now in the danger zone. It will take but just one catastrophic fall out of a chair or one child getting their fingers injured, and you can be promised one heck of a lawsuit. Quite frankly, given the condition of some of our furniture, it is only prudent and responsible that we have furniture replacement in our budget yearly until all of our furniture is out of the danger zone. We are a public library, and public safety must be paramount to our patrons. Salaries are always a major consideration, and our salaries are in line with libraries around us. And further, we must remain competitive if we want to attract highly qualified individuals. Reference has been made to fundraising. Yes, we do fundraising, and we have a volunteer group that assists us with that. Could we fundraise more? Sure. I would say, though, that our librarians are librarians first. The director of the library is the director of the library. There is a whole science behind fundraising, and fundraising is quite time-consuming. At the end of the day, we pay our librarians to be librarians. Lastly, I just wanted to mention that it takes us as a community to support our town and the services that our town offers. All of our services that our community has grown to depend on come with a price tag. Obviously, it is our responsibility as elected officials to prepare budgets that are responsible and take our taxpayers into consideration. We, as the trustees of the Leach Library, believe that we have created such a budget, and I respectfully ask you to support our budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a couple comments? Okay. You have publicly stated that your goal has been to raise your budget. To me, that is not responsible.
I've never stated that publicly. This is the first time I've been here in a
I'm
public
not
capacity.
I'm talking about Aaron here.
I've never stated that publicly.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
Could you reference that meeting for us, please?
I don't have that in my notes, but I know it's been in the notes.
If you could reference that, that would be very interesting to me, because I find it hard to believe that our director would come up here and say, it's our goal to raise our budget. But if you can reference that meeting for me, I would be happy to look at it.
Sounds great.
What I would request is that we refrain from back and forth.
Okay.
If
Thank you.
could please continue. And
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
It's also been publicly stated, and there's people in the audience that can speak to this as well, that you have purposely padded the furniture line so you can make cuts to it if asked. And to me, that's not responsible. Just calling this out, and your salaries are absolutely out of line with the rest of the state.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to that? I was actually there putting the budget together, and I can assure you $2,500 in a furniture line item is not padded.
I think it was more.
It is not padded. It's always been $2,500, and it's not padded.
Okay.
So, but thank you for that input. I will certainly go back and look. You can listen to those minutes, and if it's been padded, I would certainly get back to you. And we've done our research in terms of libraries in the area, and we are absolutely competitive.
Thank you. Any other questions for librarian?
Just a comment. I want to thank you for coming back and going through it and having that discussion. We were asked to take a look and see if we could find cuts.
Of course, everybody's being asked
Exactly, and every single department we took a look at. Where could we find some money here, some money there. So thank you for coming back. Thank you for discussing it. At the end of the day, the council can decide whether they want to take a chunk out of the library's budget or add to it, subtract from it. And I guess that's all I've got, so thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. All right, so we're in a public hearing, folks. Any other?
Not a question,
What's that?
Just a comment on the furniture thing. Okay. Again, getting back to community involvement. I know at the school, the middle school, we had a wood shop there. Would it be nice to be able to get the school? I don't know if they still do. Art, you should know. Wouldn't it be nice if you could get the school, the kids, and I don't know what kind of furniture they're looking for, but I'm sure there's some stuff that they could make at the school, which would be really cool, that when your kids go, this was made by brother or sister, a table, the small chairs. That's the stuff I'm looking at, Is that something to explore? Another community involvement thing. What do you think, Ted?
We almost should have a community involvement committee just for all these little things to look at and
I think you should chair it, Sean.
Yeah, for people who want to volunteer for things in town. I think there's a lot of things that we've talked about over the last year.
Dan the chairman.
I know Ted's waiting to say something here.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
What's your thought, Ted?
My thought was, when it comes to the library and furniture that the public's going to be sitting on, I think it would have to be bought from an actual vendor where it could be trusted that it was made properly, compared to at the high school where, it's not going to be going through a quality control process. So when you have the public at hand, you don't want them to potentially get hurt or that furniture to be breaking. So
I get that.
Yes, we have a wood shop. You don't want to make something that's not going on under a quality control process.
I don't know.
So you
When I
want
went to
something that's going to be safe.
When I went to school, we made stuff in wood shop. It was pretty cool. So
Okay, but
I'm sorry, can I speak to that real quick? I'm happy to explore the wood shop option for other things in the library that don't necessarily reflect to furniture. And the last library I worked at, we had them build slat wall for us that we used for displays, things like that. And we actually went to the high school and we paid them $1,000 opposed to the quote that I got, which was absolutely ridiculous. We paid them $1,000 and they did it. It was part of a semester project and it worked out fantastically. So I'm happy to explore options of other areas where we can have them build things to save money for the library. I do agree that I think furniture is a tough one because of the safety and the ADA compliancy and all of that goes along with it. But I'm happy to explore other options that we can use those wood shop skills and, of course, the community to do stuff in the library.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's why my wife loves you.
So, Justin, quick question for you. Just verifying I'm doing my numbers right here. On a $500,000 house, I'm looking at $125 to fund the library. On a $600,000, $150. On a $700,000, $175. Is that ballpark about right?
You're going to have to give me a minute here.
While you look that up, is it all right if you get back to us and we have other community?
Of course.
Thank you. Anyone else from the community during this public hearing? And Justin, if you can please just remind us to come back.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. Trying to follow his bouncing balls pretty hard when you're sitting out there and you don't have charts and graphs. At one point, it was stated a 17.5% to 25% increase if everything passes. All I want to know, because it doesn't sound like we're making any changes to anything, if everything passes, what are we talking about? 17, 25, 14, 12? I don't know. The second thing, just because it was stated publicly, if we are aware of furniture that is in the danger zone and we have a litigious society, I guarantee you, if someone falls off a chair tomorrow, they're going to come back with their attorneys and say, you all knew you had furniture that's in a danger zone. That stuff needs to be removed immediately. Because if someone does get hurt, they're going to get twice what they were going to get. Because before tonight, you could have said, didn't really realize it was that broken, but now we know, and we're stating publicly, this stuff is junk and needs to go. So it needs to go.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Justin, are you able to come back to John's?
So for a 500,000, it is 119.50. For a 600,000, I have about 156.
So on average, it's of the person's tax bill that they receive today, about $150 to fund the library annually. Okay, thank you.
Can we answer that other question? Glenn just asked what percentage we're at in increase if all of the things on the warrant articles passed, and you have a $4.54 per 100,000 per thousand valuation. What was it last tax year?
So, Patrick, we can't answer that until we get the CBA numbers finalized.
Okay, well, okay, fair enough. What was it last year anyway?
I'm not trying to be a jerk, just letting you know we don't have that answer yet for the CBAs.
Fair enough, but I just want to say that I don't think we're anywhere near those numbers. That whole conversation with 20%, 25%, 17%, that felt like that was another exercise. I don't believe our numbers are anywhere near that. That's why I'm asking.
Can we?
Trying to get it right now.
Thank you.
There are packets in the back for everyone if you'd like to see what the cost is.
So I can answer that somewhat.
They'll be posted online as well that you'll
It's
be able
currently
to.
posted online.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just going to answer his question.
Okay, so if it's all right with you, I'd like to let Sean.
I think where the numbers came from, and I don't know that they're 25% or 17%. When we first started this out, we did some exercise where we begged everybody to spend more money, and more or less it came to $1.93 on the tax rate. That was if you can figure out what percentage that is of that, you'll have your answer. But at least there's a number to derive the equation from that.
Not all of us were in support of that.
No,
exercise
I'm not
to
saying
begin
that. Definitely not saying that at all. I'm just saying that's where that ended up. I remember I wrote that down, and that's
The community asked us to answer a question of what would happen if we went to 16, 18 firefighters, if we increased all the numbers for all of the first responders. And we went through that exercise and answered their question.
And that's where that 17 and 20, that.
I don't know if that's the number it came from. I know that was the rate at that, and I imagine that's where people derived that number. I don't know if their math was right, but I know it was $1.93 from there.
So, Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. So I have 3 things. One, I forgot that a neighbor told me to ask. They couldn't be here, but I'm going to go hit that one last. The next group of people that I want to bring up to you are the young working class people in this town that get up, go to work, put gas in their car, stop at the grocery store, come home, try to feed their kids, clothe their kids that are growing, and they get no help from anybody. Nobody. So that's another big group of people that are struggling in this town because they're not getting 8% raises. My other question is, I was asked by a neighbor, do you do zero-based budgeting? So you have all the people that are presently working, not open seats, presently working. You have 10 people working. They each make $10. So you have a zero base of 100. So that's your line you start for salaries. Is that what you do? Or do you just take those people and then add in all the people that aren't working here yet, that are open, and tack that on? So that's my question to you, if you wouldn't mind answering it. Because the real world is doing zero-based budgeting right now. The real world of businesses, because things are tight, they take their staff. From what I'm understanding that you're doing is you're taking those 10 people at $10, and there's your 100. Now you're adding on the other whatever number of people that you don't have, that you have open for you, and adding that on, and that's what you're calling your salary line item. So it's kind of a fictitious salary line item. Is that the way it's being done?
So the way the budget is done for salaries is we take everyone in their current position, not necessarily the person, the position, what they're making in the current fiscal year, and then we add what their CBA says that we have to do for the next fiscal year.
I don't know what a CBA is.
A collective bargaining agreement.
So the contract.
So whatever the contract states. So if that's
Okay,
a
that
step
makes sense.
increase,
Okay, that makes sense.
For open positions that are advertised, yes, those are included because potentially we could hire that person tomorrow.
Okay, but you've had open positions for years. You've had some open.
Some of them are still being advertised. So
I
PD
understand.
is
Some
still
of them are
advertised.
not being advertised too. And that's a problem.
But those positions were voted on by the town, to my knowledge. So we can't just not fund the 4 open police positions because now we're deciding for the taxpayers that we're going to reduce the police department by 4 people. That's not our role.
No, but you need to make the public known that those are over here. And I ask, is the warrant article for the police officers, does it say it includes a car? When you write up the warrant article for a
If
police...
if it doesn't, it should. Like I said, those are rough draft warrant articles. If it doesn't, it should. However,
Okay,
we
because if
also
I
do the
looked
assessment.
at one police officer and it's $225,000, I'm signing up.
Can I, please, thank you. So there's a car, Chief.
I'm just asking to say, please include that it includes a car so that
Perfect.
you're being totally transparent to the budget. Okay, now my final question, I promise, for the night is, It's my understanding, please correct me if I am wrong, that the library has taken on a new, I think this is maybe the second year, where they are part of, and I don't know, I'm going to say a consortium that's probably not worth,
G Milks.
whatever. Okay. To the tune of roughly between $40,000 and $50,000 a year, and it goes up the more books you have. Is that my understanding? $40,000, $50,000 a year.
Aaron, do you want to come up and discuss?
Finance director, that.
Well, you should know what they are.
Jocelyn absolutely knows. That's why we have department heads, not to be disrespectful.
Okay.
That's why
So
we
that's
have-
my question. So if
Sure.
is
you want me
that
to answer
true?
it?
Yeah. How?
So yes, so our consortium cost for fiscal year 26, I believe, is in the 52,000 range. That's the cost of the membership to the consortium. That's based on a formula, based on a number of things: the collection size, how many patrons we have, a number of other things. All libraries part of that consortium have the same formula, and so based on those numbers, that's how the amount works.
Okay.
out.
How much did you pay last year?
Last year we were only in it for not even, I don't even think it was half a year, so it was about 30. Is that right? 30,000. Yeah, about 30,000 because we weren't in it a full year.
Okay. And then my question to that is, you can get books from all over the place, right?
You can get books from. Well, you can get. So we have two different.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
You have two different interlibrary loan systems.
No, I just want to know about this one.
Okay, so this one we can get books from 13 other libraries.
Okay. And is it my understanding that you also have a line item for $100,000 for new books?
We've had a line item for books in the budget for, as far as I know, for a long time, and that line item currently, what we're asking for, is $100,000.
But you had that line item for a long time, but now you've joined something that makes it easier for people to access book. I just think if you want to make a cut, that to me should be the $50,000 you put into joining this other thing that gives you books. So it's just a thought.
Thank you.
She's also been over that line item at least $40K for the past 4 years.
So just a correction, she hasn't been over that line item. The library has been over that
For
line
sure,
item.
definitely.
So,
So sorry.
and I manage the budget that was presented to me.
Yes.
So if that line item has $90,000 in it, it's my job to spend that $90,000. There is additional, excuse me.
On books?
Can we please?
No, I just have a question. Is that
Christine.
spent on books?
That's the line. If the line item is for books, it's either $90,000 going forward. It's $100,000 is what we're asking for.
I'm going to hit timeout real quick.
Okay, I'm going
to hit timeout. I don't want the back and forth.
Okay.
I am asking for, and this is not directed at anyone, the snide comments about, the finance director should know. We have department head.
I didn't think she had to bring her up. I thought he would know.
I understand. I'd like to have this more collaborative from everybody. There are great points, and there's great feedback from the community. I want to continue this healthy dialogue. Please, thank you.
I will. Just had a question for Aaron. Okay, when we joined that consortium,
Yes, sir.
did it not help you as far as staffing?
We don't get any staff from the consortium.
No, but I know at one time you were asking for extra staff at the time, and then we joined the consortium.
Mm-hmm.
Did that help free up some of the staff to do other things?
Not necessarily, because with the consortium, there's an interlibrary loan process. There's a management process of that interlibrary loan. There's other things going on. So we had to shift some duties. We still need the staffing as requested in that last warrant article that was voted down. But this going forward, this warrant article is for a children's librarian, which is represented due to the last year's statistics of our programming in our children's room specifically, and the use of the library specifically.
So would you say the consortium has been beneficial to the community?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Good evening.
Amy Wheeler, 11 Darrow Way. To Erin's point, so to hear somebody say, if I am given $90,000, I'm going to spend it, when we're talking about responsible spending, That is not okay for me. I think we really need to take a look at particularly the library spending, because I've heard a couple comments about the library spending. I've heard one person state, and she may have been speaking as a resident, that we need to sacrifice for the library. I'm not okay sacrificing. This is a really tough time. And from what I understand, the library budget has gone up about 29% since 2022. That's not responsible to me at all. So please, I ask you to take into consideration the type of world we're living in right now and really taking a responsible budget stance, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something, Mr. Chair? I believe Director Matlin's comment that was implied, was she was stating that she wasn't going to spend 150 if she was authorized 90. I don't think she was saying she was going to spend every penny of that 90. I think that there's more than one way to interpret that statement, and the way I believe she meant it was that she wasn't going to overspend.
Any other comment from the public during this public hearing?
There's been a lot of back and forth, and that's just frustrating as somebody who's sitting in the audience. What Erin said was she spends $90,000 on books because that's the line item, because Christine asked, what do you spend it on? Christine Perez. It was an answer to that. Don't misunderstand what's being happened. I understand. I'm sorry. It's just frustrating to sit here and have people nitpick. The public is entitled to know what the budget is being spent on. You can ask. It's right. It's in the presentation that Justin put together. Historically, the budget has been over on books because we're a library and we spend money on books. I'm not saying make any type of concessions to other departments. I said that every department needs to be funded as asked. And it is not 22% from 2022. It is closer to 14, which is right in line with CPI, Consumer Price Index, with the cost of living going up and the cost of consumer goods like books. You need to do actual math and have actual evidence. And that's what I'm saying is every department is presenting good fiscally sound budgets, and it's very frustrating when members of the community and members of the board attack or disparage, and I appreciate, Chad, you trying to get this as a more communal information, because it is a community. And it's just very frustrating as a taxpayer, as an employee, to see all of this going on. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you for your comments, and I value public comment. I've been thinking about it since you said it before. If I was the one that said speech, it was inadvertent, and I didn't.
You were not.
Okay. I did consciously. I'm like, I just want you to know I value all that.
It was not so much that it was called a speech. It was called a speech in a derisive tone.
Yeah. No, I understand.
And that is not what I'm doing. I am passionate when I speak because I love Londonderry. I think Londonderry is amazing. I choose to work here because that is what my vocation calls for. I really, truly believe that working for the library is a vocation for me. And working in the hometown, the town I grew up in, the library I grew up in is important to me. I don't have to work here. I want to work here. I could go somewhere else if I needed to, but I don't want to because this is my town. I have hometown pride, and you all should too.
Thank you.
So I came over to Justin to get the numbers. So
He's over there now.
Since 2022, going into this coming budget, the proposed budget, we are up 259,158, and it's a 19.8% increase. Just so we have real numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still in a public hearing, folks. Good evening.
Thank you, Justin.
Good evening. Patrick Alazm, 22 Summer Drive. Mostly just a quick observation. I've lived here for 24 years, and to some of the comments about funding, My observation, just my personal, has been that over the whole time I've been here, generally Londonderry has really stepped up and funded things that we've all believed are very important. Our first responders, police, fire, and so on. And I know there's here and there are these debates. I've heard a comment made here a couple of times tonight that when departments request funding, that should be provided. I disagree entirely. When departments request funding, it is all of our responsibility, and yours first and foremost, to consider what can be done, what should be done, and what is appropriate, and when you should ask us, the taxpayers, to step up. But with all due respect, every request should be evaluated on its merits, not simply agreed to. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
So I'm talking to Ron and continuing to do some numbers, just trying to figure out if there's anywhere to go. So we talked about at 38.1 million, we were at 86% of our budget. So then I'm going through this and I add in debt service. Can't get rid of debt service. That's another 1.3 million. That takes us to 89.5% of our budget. And then if I add in the library, that takes us to 41 million out of the 44 million. I'm not including sewer. That gets us to 93.1.
93.1%?
Of, if we add,
Of the
so,
overall.
of everything. So if we take first responders, insurance, solid waste, we have to take care of trash. We have to fund being able to collect the revenue to pay for all this. We have to add in debt service. And we add in the library, that gets us to 41 million out of the 44 million. So we got 3 million that I haven't identified yet. I mean, I'm more than willing to, if someone's got an idea of what service we could minimize, I'm all in.
Can we circle back to the percentage aspect?
Please.
So I want to do this in two parts. One, what the tax rate currently was versus what the estimated tax rate will be. You're looking at a 79-cent increase, which is 20.90%.
Can you say that again for people?
So the current tax rate is expected to be $4.56 based on my calculations here. That is an increase of 79 cents from the $3.77 that was the tax rate for calendar year 24. That is a 20.90% increase. The reason I want to do this in two parts is, as you guys have known, when it comes to these numbers, I like to estimate the tax rate to be slightly higher. That way, the voters, when they go in to vote, are voting for a higher tax rate instead of a lower one, and I'm not, come tax time, doing the reverse. So if you vote, and it says 10 cents, for as long as I've been here, with 1 year being the exception, every year that 10 cents has actually been slightly lower. So I like to estimate in that fashion. That way the taxpayers aren't saying yes to something lower and then kind of a bait and switch, in my opinion, type situation. If we look at what I did last year for what was approved, you're looking at $4.15 that the taxpayers approved. That is an increase of 41 cents or 9.83%. If that is what people were looking for.
And for the CBAs, we're looking, I'm trying to.
That does not include CBAs right now.
So, and we don't have clean numbers for that yet.
Correct.
But we will have clean numbers before the end of the calendar year.
That is the hope.
Can't be the hope. We have to have a clean number before the end of the calendar year.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll renew my question. I mean, if it's any services we want to minimize, I mean, I'm all ears. I want to talk about it.
We spent the meeting 2 weeks ago talking about options for reductions, and it went round and round.
So can I jump in real quick because there's confusion. So based on the tax rate itself, it is 20.90% increase. Based on essentially comparing apples to apples for what this shows versus what it showed last year, it is 9.83%.
Okay.
That's not including union contracts.
So the 9.83% is when you went to the ballot last March, we estimated that the tax rate was going to be $4.15 last March of 2024. When we got the tax rate, it was actually less. It was $3.77.
Was
So
our valuation.
what Justin is saying is that we overestimate at this time so that you know worst case scenario when you're voting for something what the tax impact is. So last year, if you voted yes for everything, it was $4.15. This year, we're estimating $4.56. So that's the 9.83% increase.
And that's if everybody votes yes on everything.
Yes. And if you were to go and actually add them up, it'll be $4.15 is veterans credit and overlay.
So for every $62,500 we eliminate for the budget, we eliminate a penny.
Yes.
So if you want to eliminate things, you got to get to 62,500 to get a penny.
Do we have any more comment from the public?
If not, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Well, before we do, I'm realizing there was another item that you guys tasked me with that we did look into. It was regarding the contingency fund, in which you looked to see if there was alternatives where it wouldn't be voted on every year.
Yes.
And would be able to. It appears that we'd be able to establish a almost similar to a maintenance fund, essentially a continuous item, like our expendable maintenance, but for various aspects. So that is something that we could look into, where the money you put into it will not lapse and you won't have to vote on it every year if you're comfortable with the balance that's currently in there. The departments would still have to come to you, or myself or the town manager would have to come to you guys and request to use it, but it's not a every year vote.
That's wonderful. That's great.
So you can decide which one you want to go with, whether it's this one where, again, it's not, this 396 doesn't add on to next year if we were to go and do it. This 396 is done at year end, and the voters have to vote whether or not they want to fund it again. And this one, I would always recommend utilizing UFB. That way it's not double taxing the voters.
Correct. No, I think, can you repeat that as Chad was out of the room, that he found this other?
So essentially, instead of the contingency fund, we are able to use essentially a maintenance fund, or what's the right terminology for it?
It would be an expendable trust fund with the purpose of, let's say you wanted it for overtime for public safety. It could be used for that. So we have to be clear enough or distinct enough that it can't be used on anything, but it can't be vague that we can use it on anything, if that makes any sense. We have to set a purpose for it.
It's got to be parameters.
Exactly.
With it being a trust fund, can it be invested like our other trust funds, or no?
I would have to take a look to verify that aspect, but it definitely could be with the other capital reserves and things like that. Where trust funds get a little more dicey is historically the ones that you're mentioning. You can only expend the income, you can't expend the principal balance. Where this, you'd be expending the principal, so you would need it to be liquid to a certain extent.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
So, being a public hearing, can you explain this fund more as far as how is this being funded? How is it going forward? I mean, is it, for example, let's say we fund it with $100,000. Next year, do we have to start all over again, or does it stay there if we don't use it and we can build on it?
Which one? So which one do you want? Because the contingency fund that I initially have on there,
right?
Come next year, you have to vote on it again. That $100,000, if it's not touched, remains with UFA. Essentially, the contingency fund allows for an additional appropriation should something occur that we don't have budgeted and planned for.
Okay, and how would we fund that contingency fund? Let's say it's $100,000. Where's that money coming? I know it's coming from the taxpayer, but where?
I would recommend using fund balance in this for this.
Which is still coming from the taxpayer.
Yes.
It's still coming from the taxpayer, but it's not a warrant article saying we're asking for
25's your tax year, your 25 tax bill will not be impacted by this being approved.
Right, just like, we don't, I guess when we're doing a capital fund for fire truck, every year we're voting for X amount to go in there. This is not.
Stays in there, though.
Right.
This would not stay in there.
Okay, and
The
where-
other option we had of the expendable trust fund,
Yep.
it would stay in there similar to the fire truck or a capital reserve.
Similar to it, so it'd be revolving.
That way we wouldn't have to
Not
vote on it
revolving, but
every
it
year.
would be.
Which would
it
be a
carry
better
forward.
thing
I
to
can only
do.
hear one person at a time.
It's not revolving, but it does carry forward.
Understood. Thank you for that.
So you don't have to fund it every single time.
Correct.
Okay.
But the other aspect is with this one, where you have to fund it, the voters have to approve it each year. It goes back.
Correct.
So rather than it staying there and once it's approved, it can't be used for anything other than that purpose, it goes back to the voters to then redetermine if they want to do it again.
So at the end of the year, the town has an excess of 500,000.
So the town,
Let's say.
the town doesn't touch this.
Yep.
It's as though it stayed in UFB the entire time.
Okay, but what I'm getting at, Justin, is let's say at the end of the year, the town has an excess of $500,000. All right, and the council just says we're going to put 50,000 into this fund. Is
The
that how?
voters need to approve it.
But if it's a revolving fund, we'd
It's not
have,
a revolving fund.
No.
It would be similar to the capital reserve funds, like the fire truck. Every year, if you want to add to this expendable trust fund, every year would have to have a warrant article to add to it. The only difference is that it would not go away at the end.
Gotcha. Now I got it.
So it could be, so the balance would be carried over, and to replenish it would have to be done by vote.
Correct.
Thank you.
For the expendable, yes.
It's
Much like Article 3.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's exactly like an expendable maintenance trust fund, except it has a different purpose.
Understood.
Whatever that
Parameters.
parameter we set.
So similar to like years ago, I think it was the expendable maintenance trust fund that people voted down. And people were all in an uproar going, oh my God, how are we going to plow this? How are we going to plow that? And, we got it done, but it wouldn't be funded unless taxpayers said yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Gotcha. Now I understand it.
But we're funding it this time with UFB.
Right.
Starting
This
with-
time, starting.
To start
This
it.
time.
Start it.
Okay.
Deb Paul, 118 Hardy Road. The subject matter that you guys were just talking about, what exactly would this fund be used for again? Because I got very confused.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, from my understanding, or would you prefer to answer?
So, if you don't mind, if I can.
I would love you to.
The problem is there's several balls in the air here. The contingency fund that's there, this essentially is a big event happened, our appropriations have run out, and rather than telling the fire department that.
Okay, just stop right there. So isn't that what the undesignated fund balance is kind of for? If a major catastrophe, like the roof collapses, God forbid, on this building, and we have to put a roof up like tomorrow.
So the issue there is we would have to go to the state and request an emergency appropriation and hope that they grant it to us. This essentially allows us to utilize it right away rather than going to the state for an emergency appropriation.
Okay. So, but it kind of behaves like
it does. The difference is with
balance.
a school, it does, but the difference is like a school district, they're able to hold a public hearing to be able to utilize their UFB for a situation like that. We have to go to the state to get an emergency appropriation approval to use UFB like that.
For statute.
We can only use UFB by voter approval or by lowering the tax rate.
So how come the school can do it and we can't?
Different
and why can't we
RSAs.
do it that way?
Different RSAs.
I'm sorry?
Different state laws. The school is governed by different state laws than us.
Two different forms of government.
No, I understand, but I just kind of wondered what we could do as a form of government. Going back, I guess, to Tony's point, maybe we need to re-examine how we're doing things. I'm just looking at, we've got all these little accounts that we're saving money in to do different things, which takes out of our regular day-to-day, year-to-year operation, and in a time when we need some extra cash here and there. I'm just trying to think it out in my head. I'm sorry.
So with this,
You need new legislation. I mean, you need another form of government.
That's what I was just thinking. If Derry has board of selectmen, if we move to a board of selectmen form of government, would that no? Okay.
there needs to be, it needs to be very thoughtfully thought out by the legislature, and they need to give the towns another option as things have changed. We're not the same place as we were 30 years ago. And they need to give them another option. SB 2 was designed to be a tax cap. It's not getting the job done. They need to come up with another piece of legislation that gives the towns options and doesn't limit the towns for what they can do to have a better form of government. I mean, it's just that simple.
No, I understand. I
No,
understand.
I know you understand.
I'm going to go back to something I did on the council, which you told me was way too big to do. But I really think that a good exercise for every single department to do, maybe not every year, but every couple of years, is to zero out their budget and really look at every single item in the line item and say, do we need this? Is this fully funded? This one short? And so that you're actually getting a true snapshot of what it costs to run that specific
That's what they've done
department. But but to make sure we don't fall through the cracks again, Ted, like
Well,
that
that's what
things
they've
aren't
done
getting
with
met.
Justin. That's
But if
right.
they do it zero out every single year, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I understand what you're saying, but as an exercise for them to to come in here and say, okay, these are take out what we have to pay for bills and, employees, those goes over there. And down in this column, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 items, and we're going to go through it, zero out exactly what it is needed. Not every year, that would be crazy, but like every maybe 3 to 5, you sit there and it's a good exercise for the department heads to really reevaluate things, reevaluate even personnel and how the jobs are run. Just saying.
So that is a great idea, and we actually started that practice this year with the fire department. When we established their budget, we had them go through each of their lines and essentially what's in it and how we go. And we
large
sat with them
corporations
to-
do it all the time, and it's
And
to get
what I'm
people
saying
not
is
to be
it's-
comfortable to just keep going. We did it this way.
It's
we
a
did it
great
this way."
idea. We've started the process, and we're going to continue
Great
it
minds.
going forward.
All right, thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to have the intern, because they're the ones that was able to create the spreadsheet for me to be able to do that going forward.
So I got a question. We have these heavy rains, and some of these communities have been, really devastated by, damage to their roads and all that. We have a heavy rain. Some of our roads get damaged really bad. Can that contingency fund be used for that? Where would you get the money for something like that?
For if the roads were damaged?
Yeah, let's say that
If there was a washout of a road.
big washouts. Bartley Hill gets washed out. Perkins Road gets washed out. South Road gets washed
So first
out
I would
in these
see
heavy rains.
if FEMA covers it under a natural disaster.
But you need the money now, Justin, for people to fix it.
So we have either the roadway maintenance trust fund, or we would be able to utilize this, so that way the budget isn't completely, depending on the cost of it, the budget wouldn't be completely shot.
So this would help.
Yes.
Or we can go to the state and ask for approval.
Correct.
From the undesignated fund.
From the yeah, but that would take time compared to if people can't get to their homes and you need to get the road fixed.
I think if we had an emergency that bad, I don't think the state would be delaying us for weeks. I think we could get a response a lot faster than that.
It's the
And if it
government.
was that bad, it would probably be a FEMA situation.
Yeah.
But again, yes, that is, if, end of the day, that is something that this could be utilized for.
Could make life easier.
Where essentially it would grant us that additional appropriation.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm looking at it, it's, hey, we've used our budget. Rather than going or saying, hey, we need to, do this, that, or the other, it gives us that additional appropriation to go to the council and say, this event has happened, this specific thing has happened.
Yep.
Can we have authorization to utilize this fund? They then determine yes or no, and we move.
So that a department's not told, hey, you have to freeze.
Yeah.
You can't spend this, spend that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public before we close public hearing? Going once.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion from Ted, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are out of public hearing. BudCom, you're all set.
Well, we'll see you on.
Stand by. But,
Tomorrow night, school board.
Hold on real quick. Go ahead, Sean.
So I just wanted to get everyone's feedback before I stated this. So Mr. Bouchard brought up, we had talked about cuts for a while, and we have not bid on one of them. We discussed a lot of them. So if I could, I would like to make 2 suggestions. So the first, and
Does this have to be part of the public hearing?
does it have to be part of the public hearing? Because then I think
It does not.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Make sure we're following process.
Yeah, thank you. So with the first thing, every time we propose cuts, it doesn't mean we hate the department. You know, I love police, but if Kim Bernard said he wanted a $1 billion budget, I'd probably ask for a cut. That doesn't mean we hate these departments and I don't like it. I realize every single one of them are valuable. I realize when everybody comes up here and talks about, you know, things about like, tonight we heard how wonderful the library is. I think the library is wonderful. I think it does a lot of good things for this community. There's no doubt it should be there, and it exists for a reason. DPW, police, fire. But with that, we've got us as town councilors have to manage the store. We have to try to keep everything in line. And I prefer not to get emotional about these things. I prefer to just do facts and do research. So in the first thing, I did a little research, and I did look into the library because I wanted to see, with all the facts that were presented before, to see statistically, are we in line with other libraries? I took the 14 libraries in the state that had the budget at the level of our library or more. And part of the issue is I want to make sure that we're getting the right allocation of the money for this. So statistically, looking at our library, as far as adult programming, we were the lowest ranked of those libraries. We were 62% away from the next closest program. So there was significant underutilization of that. Out of those 14, we were 12th in total programming. We were 13th in total children's program attendance out of 14. We were last in adult attendance, with the next closest program being 58% away. We were 13th out of 14th in program attendance. We were the only library in those where everyone employed all had master's degrees. We had the lowest website visits. We had the lowest wireless sessions. We had the highest percentage of staff expenditure in salary and wages as far as percentage of total expenditures. We had the lowest, or the second lowest, physical item circulation per physical library materials expenditure. That just means the price that it costs to have these things. We were the lowest in rank in most cost-efficient electronic item circulation per material expenditure. Second lowest in total collection per total collection expenditure as far as being cost-effective. Fourth lowest in total operating expenditure per library visit. We had the lowest number of print item materials, second lowest ebook circulation, second lowest audiobook circulation, second lowest in young adult attendance, lowest total program attendance, third lowest in program attendance per registered user. We had significantly highest total program expense, which was double more than any of the other libraries. And we also had the fourth lowest registered user to population expense as far as being one of the higher ranked ones for spending. So with that, I think the problem is not, and none of this is towards Erin because she actually doesn't generate the budget. She just manages the budget. And I don't, you've got attacked in a lot of this, and I want to make this is not about you. You don't create this. A lot of this is weighted towards staff salaries versus what we offer as programs. I love the library, and I want all these services to equal out and balance out how we're doing our budget. But when you look at comparable libraries that offer these level of services, the next comparable one has a budget of $100,000 less. We get 8% of raises yearly, most likely, at the library. With these, we also, and I agree, librarians shouldn't be fundraisers, but the Keene Library, which has a significant spend, their friends of the Keene Library raised $55,000 for them as far as fundraising. So it wouldn't be the job of the librarians, but it's something that the Friends of the Leach Library could look into. With that, and since we haven't cut a thing, I would just ask the rest of the council what they think about getting this more in line for what we provide for services, because I feel like we're unbalanced. I feel like if we ask for another librarian and we keep requiring master's degrees, unlike other programs, our salary expenses are going to keep going up because we hire higher and we add percentages every single year higher on top of that, so they quickly grow out of budget and where we had. So I didn't know if there's an appetite for anyone here, but that would be my proposal, to get that to the level of services we have and get it in line with everything else, because some of our other departments are not in line, or as we heard from Mr. Bouchard, like our police, we can't afford to hire 4 police officers with our current budget, even though we want them. But with this, I think we have some price of staffing issues, and I think we've made 2 requests to the trustee board before, and they came back unanswered. And so I'm left with this to ask of the council to see if we would entertain that.
So here's where I'm struggling. I've been running all these numbers all night long, right? And this is why I'm struggling with all this. So for insurance, we're up $485,000. Police, we're up $1.2 million. And fire, we're up $1 million. So for police and fire and insurance, we're up $2,685,000. I'm just struggling with the whole thing. I mean, it's so. If you're looking to cut in the library, I need $62,500 to get a penny. Mm-hmm. But I'm going up 2.685 between police and fire, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm just reading what's in front of me.
No, it all adds up, and I just think, and I have a second suggestion after this. It's not just them, and we shouldn't be just picking on them. And in any other department, I would go through this same analysis. It's just we haven't cut a thing in this, and I'm just looking for us to show something to the community that we're willing to do something.
And take the bottom line and take a number off the bottom line and distribute it. I mean,
yeah.
I mean that. So back before we had SB2, we had town meeting, and people would come in and say, and they just cut $100,000, and you guys go figure it out, because it's a bottom line budget. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just having a discussion.
Yeah.
I'd also like to point a couple of things about your statistics. You based your stats based off of money, so how much money that library in particular is spending, not population size. And when you compare population size by services, the library is still 3.5 people short, based off of the size of the town in which it is in. And so Keene, also I know you mentioned Keene and how many programs and stuff they have. They actually have a head of engagement. We do not. And so that head of engagement is probably, I'm presuming, I don't know, I don't have, the job responsibilities, but it sounds like that's somebody who's responsible for programming, fundraising, and all that other kinds of stuff specifically. And with that, of course they can, fundraise $55,000 a year. They have somebody who's solely responsible for that. We don't. And so I think, comparing apples to apples, I think it's a little unfair.
So, real quick, please. We had a public hearing regarding the budget. We are having town council discussion. Would it be appropriate to release the BudCom at this time?
Fine. Yes.
With that, I'll ask I'll thank the budget committee for their comments and time, and also for the community. Have a moment recess. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not yet.
Just in case you have a question. We just might have a question for them.
No, they have to present items
Right.
tonight.
Kirsten.
They have other items they have to present tonight.
I'm running.
Sorry. We need you.
We were saying the same.
They were. Could always move them.
So would we.
is not.
Right. Yeah. So, Sean, do you want to have further discussion? Do you want to? And again, thank you to the budget committee.
I'll elaborate on that. I think that, to John's point, maybe we should ask for, a 1% or 2%. We got to do something. The community's asking us.
Yeah.
They're saying to us, we can't afford to live here. Should we propose a 1%? Just something to show that we hear them.
So the question is who's asking us? I feel like we haven't actually heard from a large percentage of people saying this. And when, you're looking at 1%, 3%, 4% as we've gone through, that's a large amount of money. Even a 1% on our budget would be a massive amount of money. And we wouldn't be able to do that without affecting positions.
Justin,
That's
may
not
I ask
true.
you?
We tried. That's not true. We tried 1%.
Can I
Yeah,
chime in real quick?
Yeah.
We're talking about the proposed budget, correct? Not the default budget.
That is
Right.
correct. You
Yeah.
can't do anything with,
Right.
with the default.
Yeah.
Justin, while we continue deliberation, would you be willing to please look at what percentage of the proposed budget, if you took, say, give me a dollar amount, gentlemen.
I'm more a percentage.
1%
1%.
444,000.
That's definitely doable.
444,000.
Roughly.
It would show the public that we hear them. I mean, right? We
that right. Just take it from UFB then.
No.
That's still no.
Sorry.
No.
You guys, obviously, you're the voting selectmen, and
Yeah.
I do not believe it is a good practice to utilize UFB for regular expenses. It gets to the point where we're now, to me, it becomes a bait and switch situation, and
agree.
that's not fair to the
So then
taxpayers.
I'll
That's
go
my
back
own
to the
personal
argument
opinion.
that we've
but-
been right-sizing the budget with all our directors and our chief of police and chief of fire, that we've really right-sized everything. I don't know where else they'd be able to cut at this point to save $450,000.
We haven't asked them, have we?
We've asked them multiple times.
We asked for 4%, and we were told that was impossible. 1%.
4% on the default.
Right. Right. So I don't think it's an issue.
Sarah,
Yeah,
just pause, Sarah.
Yeah.
I just want to comment on that. The previous ask was 4% of the default, which is a very different number than
Right.
a percentage on the proposed.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
And just for the sake of information, the default, I know I have it right here, but for those that don't, the default budget is what dollar amount, please? And again, we're still missing CBAs.
Correct.
That is a huge
That's
key that
separate
we
warrant
need to-
articles.
Separate warrant articles, but the default budget,
Is $43,845,459.
and it's the proposed budget, absent of the CBAs.
Is $44,467,849. The difference, the increase, is $622,390.
600 and how much, please?
$22,390.
Proposed budget over the default.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So Justin, to John's point, if we asked all department heads to cut 1%, do you have an idea how much that would be for each department? Roughly, or just? I'm asking because I want to. Ted doesn't
1
think it can be
second, I
done.
can tell
I think
you.
it can be. I don't think it's to cut that much off each department. I don't think is a big ask.
Are we including library?
Yes.
Are we, okay.
We're including all department heads.
I'm just going to take out insurance as well as debt service. And are you good with taking out general assistance?
Yes.
From that calculation?
You?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Yes.
So, police, that would be a $117,339. For fire, that would be $99,190. Public Works would be the next biggest with $51,780. I can keep going through, but I figured you guys just want the heavy hitters up front. The smallest would be the town council with $131, or the conservation with $35.
Let's just throw us out the library since we're talking about the library.
The library, it would be $15,677.
And that's. We're just
So
doing,
John,
we're just
can
doing
you
that.
get John up to speed?
So yeah, we're just doing a quick
What were we just doing?
We're
Bottom
just
line
doing
cut?
a
He was-
1%
yeah,
cut
that's what he
on
was
all
suggesting.
departments, all department heads.
So what's that?
So you
44?
just-
So
400 and
400. So it was 117 for
One, two,
police.
So 1%. So you're looking.
So taking out the departments-
62,500 into 440,000.
So taking out the departments we discussed, though, we talked about taking out insurance and general assistance as well as debt
Take
service.
debt service out.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Take
just
solid
those.
waste out.
Okay. Taking solid waste out.
Can't cut solid waste. The garbage has got to go somewhere.
That is 340,000.
So all right. So 62,000 into that is
Just
nickel?
about 5.5 cents.
So 5.5 cents. So 5.5 cents times 500.
$25.
Does anyone know what the median house is in Londonderry?
595 is last
Beg
time.
pardon?
Income or house?
595.
All right. So 600. So $30. I mean, whatever everybody wants to do is fine with me. I mean,
I think we
just-
have to show something.
I think we're just saying we think we have to show something, and people are saying here that we have to.
I'm not disagreeing with
I
you.
mean,
I was trying to be more specific, but I think you brought up the
I
general,
actually like
so I
yours
was
as
like,
well.
It's a
well,
bottom line budget.
yeah.
yeah, you know,
I mean, but if you're gonna, so the question you ask yourself is okay, if you're gonna cut $30 off the tax bill, does that cost us any services?
Mm-hmm.
That's the question. I don't know the answer to it. I just happened to think of the question.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be targeted with something where I thought things were not in line.
I get it.
The only other suggestion I had on that is Ryan last time had brought up the calculation between the overtime. I feel like it's a little high on the fire, and we could take off some of that and get it more, but I don't know what exactly that amount is. Those are the only two areas I saw where we could really get something. And again, we haven't bid on a thing, and Dan Bouchard brought it up, and he was exactly right. We should do something to show them, and those were my only thoughts of things that I could come that rose to the top.
Well, though, I feel like we have done something, because originally at our meeting in November, was it 2nd or 3rd, there were a lot higher budgets, and the over-proposed budget was about 800 to 900,000 over default. Now we're only at about 600.
But I think that one was just an exercise.
that was an exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, right, so the killers here is insurance. Yeah, that's really our big nut, is the insurance piece. And then we're looking at fires going up $1 million, and police is going up 1.2 million. It's not that I don't understand what everybody's saying. I'm just pointing out the obvious, I guess. And when I go back to the numbers we've been running all night long. So
Well, that's why the first one I brought up, I think it would keep it in line with. And yes, some of those other places had higher population, which means we should actually be better in spending them, but in proportional spending, we're not. So that's part of the problem, to respond to what Kate said. But that was the only where I think we could, without decreasing services. And I know some members of the budget committee have actually offered their help in how to get that budget rightly in line, so it is spending in proportional to communities of the services it offers.
Can I just pause you?
Yeah.
To the public, I'm having an extreme difficult time with the crosstalk in the public. I really want to. I value your input during the time. I value public comment. I value your input. I truly, truly do. But I personally am having a challenging time hearing the council deliberate. And if I could please respectfully ask, if you have crosstalk, if you could kindly please just temporarily remove yourself from the council chambers. You are more than welcome to stay. I'm not asking anyone to leave. I'm just asking if conversations could be outside of the council chamber so that we can hear each other. And someone who has a hard time paying attention, it is rather challenging to me. So thank you for your understanding. Please continue.
Well, I was
Sorry
finished.
for interrupting.
No. I was. That's just the only thing where I think there's assistance offered, and I think it would be good for them to take that up if they so choose. But I do think it's disproportional for the level of services. So I think in that we could remove that and still maintain the level of service that we're having today. If we want an increased level of service, that's another story. But for the level of services we provide in proportion to other libraries in the state, that's what the number is. So that's what I try to just look at it unemotionally with all the facts from the state.
So, what is your proposal specifically?
I mean, if we want to get it in line with the other things that offer, it's 100,000 less. If we want to do something less than that, I'd be happy with that. If we do something, it's just I'm trying to do something for the people that spoke tonight and the other people that have called me and talked to me throughout the entirety of this budget process. I think something would at least be a show from this council that those people are a voice in this community that matters too. The people on fixed income, the people just starting jobs, all the seniors that we have that make up a giant portion of our tax base. I'm trying to get something for them.
And I'll elaborate on that. I've had more than a handful of people. So I've had more than 5 people call me. They're concerned about the reevaluation next year, and they're concerned about how much their taxes are going to go up this year with this budget.
Well,
So I think that, those two together could be a big issue for people in Londonderry when they get their tax bill next December.
Can I?
Absolutely.
So, we're at $622,000 over default right now.
Yes.
Right. So cut 100. Tell them to go figure it out.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I'm not saying cut it where from.
Yeah.
Tell them to go figure it out.
Yeah.
I think we need to do
Agreed.
something to show
I agree
show
with
that
what
we
John
have them.
said.
You good with 100?
No,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I'm
Are
good
you
with
good with it all?
I'm good with
622 to 522, and just figure it out.
just to say we did something.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not saying we did something, but if they come back to us and say that I'm
Yeah.
cutting ALS services because you cut $100,000, I'm gonna have a little bit of a problem with that.
Yeah.
I think we have responsible department heads that wouldn't do that, right? I think it was right. I'm just saying. I
I
think we have
understand. I'm
responsible.
just-
And I think
I'm
we need to
just-
be responsible partners and help them with that, not just
Yeah.
if they so choose. If they so choose that they want to figure it out, they're welcome to it.
Tell them to go find the $100,000. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah,
So on a $600 home, that'll save you $9.60.
it all matters.
It all matters. That's right. It all matters.
Okay.
So 100,000 from the total budget.
100,000 from the total budget, which is currently at $622,000 over default.
Perfect.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah,
I think we should do it fairly though.
Okay. It's a consensus.
And that doesn't target anyone, so that's
Right.
Yeah,
Just
I
do
feel
it
better
fairly
about
across
that.
the board.
I feel bad about even picking anyone, so I'm better with your answer.
I feel like we need to do something.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm still questioning whether the budget's going to get approved at all over default. So I mean,
Yeah.
All right. Shall we move on to next agenda item?
Please.
Yes,
New
sir.
business exempting elderly, expanding. Sorry.
Expanding.
Expanding.
Wow. Expanding elderly exemption policy. Mr. Hamilton and Ms. Summers, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening. I do not need this. Adrian Summers, Assistant Assessor, you know Steve. So we have been asked to talk about possibly changing our elderly exemption, our elderly 3, which is anyone that qualifies for an elderly exemption that's 80 and older, to get a full exemption on their entire property. So it's 100% full exemption. Right now they're receiving, if they qualify again, a $300,000 exemption. So we're going from $300,000 to a full exemption on those properties.
hey, Adrian, this is something the town of Wyndham already does, right?
The town of Wyndham does do it, yes.
Okay.
They are the only town in New Hampshire that offers that.
They are a neighbor.
So currently, right now, we have 84 residents receiving the exemption. We have another 6 that are maturing are getting older. They'll be 80, so we'll have a total of 90 for the upcoming tax year.
And that's in Londonderry?
In Londonderry only. So 90 residents receiving an elderly 3 exemption.
Do we know how many residents are over 80?
Total residents or just people that go? So I'm talking about people who qualify for the exemption. So are
So
you?
in Wyndham, if you're over 80,
No, you still have to qualify.
you still have to qualify.
You still have to qualify.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think there are only a handful in Wyndham that do qualify for that.
What's the qualification?
Okay, so in Londonderry, it's an income and asset based. So income can't exceed, if you're single, 48,400, and if you're married, 59,600, and that's all sources of income. So it could be rental if you have an ADU on your property. It's Social Security, anything, and then the assets cannot exceed 162,300. So the assets are not your home and up to 2 acres. So if someone has 4 acres, then we would consider the other 2 acres, for instance, an asset. It's 401ks, IRAs, it's bank accounts, cars, those are your assets. So they do have to qualify. And so we ran some numbers. We multiplied the 90 residents that are receiving the exemption by the current tax rate, which is $16.14 per thousand. And we would be looking at an aggregate increase of about $97,427 that we'd be giving up of tax dollars if we were to approve.
So it's $0.015.
But as we have an aging population, as John pointed out here in Londonderry, we approve this. It's no. This is something that eventually could grow.
So a couple of things to note.
Yeah.
Number one is next year, we do have a revaluation.
Yep.
So typically during the revaluation years, we look at the amount of exemption that we are granting, and we usually increase those. So we don't know, obviously, what the assessments are going to be. We don't know how many applicants are going to apply. If we kind of have talked about it, and we kind of foresee that if we do this, this may entice more people to apply. So we have already kind of put in a little more stringent checks and balances on our end. And then we also don't know what the tax rate is for next year.
So,
And,
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry. No, please.
Also, just for the people at home listening, just know that this is money that still has to be allocated from somewhere. So young people that want to move to this town are going to end up paying more if we allow this. So just so you know, we allow this exemption, the tax doesn't go away. It just gets reappropriated.
$200,000 off the default.
So,
I knew
so I
someone
just,
was gonna go
I just
there.
want people at home to understand that this money doesn't just disappear. Like, we still have to get it.
No, it's not
Yeah.
magical
Right.
money.
Yeah.
It's raised by
Right.
everybody else.
If someone has property in a trust, are they qualified or unqualified for this?
It depends on what type of trust. It depends on who's the trustees. It depends on a lot of different. Some trusts have 2 people, or some properties have 2 trusts. So one person may qualify, or one may not. So they may only get half. It all depends.
And these are all things when you review the applications that you have your policies and your
Yes.
guideline, your left and right lateral limits, if you will.
Yep.
Your lane that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So again, just to the council, we're having an initial conversation regarding this and just gaining a better understanding of this. Any other comments regarding?
It needs to be a fast conversation if we're going to put it in place anytime in this century.
Yeah.
I don't want to vote on it tonight.
Okay.
Right, to be effective It would have to be adopted prior to the June billing in 2025. We're going to be coming to you with recommendations about changing all of the benefit amounts based on the results of the revaluation. But if you decide that you want to adopt this full measure, it would have to be in place for that June bill so that people wouldn't get a tax bill. Otherwise, we'd have to process abatements for the 45 people who would get a bill in June and then would not get a bill or have a liability in December. So,
You could also bring us options for if we didn't go all in, maybe if we went further in.
well, and that we can do that in the process of making those recommendations. We usually bring those to you in early fall of the year of the revaluation.
Could I also ask that forecasting out 5 years, based on our current population and how we're growing in an elderly direction, how many more people would I guess be eligible for this?
We have no way.
I know.
to-
I'm just
we
I'm
have
just
no
trying
way
to think
know
like
that.
5 years
Ron,
there might be 200 people that apply for this.
So we're assessors.
Yeah.
We're not social
Right.
scientists, and we're not able to make predictions about what the
Gotcha.
population base will be in 5 years, what their income levels will
gotcha.
be. So it just is out of our lane.
Gotcha. I'm fine with that.
You also have no idea upon what their assets are.
Mm-hmm.
There could be supposedly many wealthy people in their 70s who
Right.
live in town.
So
that you
my
have no
point,
idea.
Ted, is that we could have people moving here, like she's suggesting, because we have this, because only Wyndham and Londonderry would have this. We may get an influx of people that want this tax credit or tax exemption, and then we're gonna increase our tax base on our younger people when we're trying to bring younger people into the town, right? We're trying to get more people to move here.
Just put a 10% ramp on it. That'll give you a parameter.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate for me to ask our assessing department if they can find out from Wyndham when that they put it in place and if they saw a jump in population?
So we can certainly bring that information back to you.
Well, can you help me understand a 10%, what you mentioned, John?
It's like compounded interest.
Yep.
Just do 10% each year. That'll give you a range.
Just to give you an escalator to have a number,
Yeah,
not necessarily
and I'm saying
super
10%
accurate,
because I think 10% will be high.
Okay.
You know, I'm just trying to satisfy Ron's
No,
question.
no, I just-
to be honest. That way, at least you know what the worst case scenario is.
I know if I was 80 and I could move to a town with no taxes, I'd move there.
Hey, listen,
Wouldn't you?
I'd be happy to make it to 80.
Okay. Anything else for assessing? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for
Appreciate
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, new business, order 224-13, expenditure of the from the expandable maintenance trust fund, winter maintenance, Director of Public Works and Municipal Facilities, Mr. Dave Wally. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Pretty soon we're going to have to say good morning.
Well, and I definitely won't be long-winded. Okay, which one are we doing first? 13?
We're doing the
13.
winter
Winter
maintenance.
maintenance, okay.
Do you have other stuff? Let's go through all three of them. Can
Yeah.
you present all three?
Yep. Just want to make sure I spoke to the first one. Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund request for $17,000. This is basically to pay for winter bills for our contractors that come in and take care of all of the town facilities, not roads, just town facilities. So what I've traditionally done for the last 3 years was take the average of what we spend each year. Last year was a very low year. So it reduced our allocation. Last year was $18,000. This year we're down to $17,000. If all the money is spent, I'll be back looking for another round of funding. If we don't end up spending all of that, then what it does is it goes back into the fund as of June 30th. It's worked out fairly well, and all of the invoices are available for review and whatnot too.
Thank you, sir. May you please explain 2024-14, the expenditure of the...
So, yeah, this one requires a little bit more explanation. We were doing some routine repair. So when they built this facility, they chose to use black iron pipe for the dry system in the attic. It creates a lot of problem. It has about a 10 to 15 year lifespan. This building is on year 20. And actually, for the better part of the last 6 or 7 years, they've been kind of replacing piece here, because we get a leak and it's got to be replaced. So we were up there doing our routine replacement of the 1.5-inch line. When we found one of the main lines that we already had one repair clamp on, the actual gaskets at the each end were significantly leaking. So that's a problem, because if the main line, the 4-inch line that feeds the whole system up there, were to fail, especially at the joints, then you're not getting water anywhere. It's one thing if it's a little 1.5-inch line. So I talked to Justin. We deemed that an emergency right then and there, and I told them to proceed. Go get the parts and let's get everything done while we're up here. It was a little bit of a complicated repair because we had to actually build some staging and whatnot up there, so it took a little bit longer than we wanted to, but nonetheless it was important to get it done. So that repair ended up costing a total of $6,337.87.
Okay. Council, do you want to vote on these two things and
Yeah.
move on to the third? So I'll accept the motion to approve Order 2024-13, which is the expenditure from the expenditure from the Expandable Maintenance Trust Fund for the sum of $17,000 for the winter.
Expendable.
Thank you.
If you want to let it expand the budget, that's fine.
So moved.
So I have a motion from Sean. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Do I motion to approve Order 2024-14?
So moved.
Motion from
Second.
Ted. Second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you. Dave, do you want to talk to the winter operations plan?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is it very different from last year?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Not so much, no.
Is this the Cliff Notes version?
This is going to be going into lightning round now.
Well, I stated we have to say good morning pretty
We'll
soon.
go speed round here, but it is our time of the year, when we're front and center, most visible to the public. So this is our annual plow plan that we roll out. I've updated the statistics, and I'll just point out a couple of important ones. We are down 2 personnel going into this winter, 1 full-time vacancy, still have not been able to fill that, and still 1 gentleman out on deployment. It causes a challenge, but we'll get through. We have, in fact, added 1 more road mile, so that's 2 lane miles in this plan up on Calla and Clover Court. We've now accepted those from the contractor that completed all their work, and the roads topped and paved. So now we will be assuming plowing and winter maintenance for those roads. So our lane miles have gone up. Still not doing anything with sidewalks as far as winter maintenance is concerned, but the schools will still do the portions out there that affect their area. Over to page 5, just going over numbers, and since it's appropriate because we're talking budget, we did see an increase on sand with our bids that came out in July. We went up $3 a ton for sand, so it's important to point that out because we have made progress. We went from 25,000 up to 30,000. I didn't do any try to move that marker this year because we were focused on other items within the budget. But you can still see we got a significant deficit there on that line, and we've got less buying power now with them being $3 more a ton. So we've got room to improve for sand. But we did just haul in our allocation for this year to get it in the yard and stockpiled. So salt, you can see that we made excellent progress over the years. We're pretty well budgeted right where we should be. I know that if you look at our average, salt has stabilized as far as in the market this year. Our prices are exactly the same as last year. So we're doing well there.
I just want to highlight real quick, Dave. On your notes, it says salt is purchased from the 2 low bid suppliers.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do the average of the 2. It's important to have 2 on the hook because sometimes if one vendor goes, his well runs dry, he loses the bid on the ship coming into the port. It's important to have another one that we can gain from. So,
thank you.
And they're not off. You can see they're only off
Correct.
by about $1 per ton.
Yep.
So we have so far had 5 operations. In just those 5 operations have been we've used 450 tons. We ordered in another 300 to replenish it at a cost of about $24,000. I just want to, point it out that winters have changed. So a lot of people think, oh, wow, we're not plowing a lot, so we must be saving a lot of money because we're not plowing. Actually, the types of winters we've been experiencing the last 5 to 6 years are almost a little bit more costly because we have these long, drawn-out types of events. And like so far, we've already salted 5 times. Well, it's because we're getting precipitation in the overnight hours, and then it warms up in the day. But nonetheless, they got to be dealt with, so we're ready to roll in the morning. So we're using a lot more salt. When we're plowing, it's just, the man, the fuel, and the truck, But when we're salting, we're dropping $75 a ton out the back. So it's a little bit more costly when we're salting. We'd much rather be plowing. So just food for thought, because a lot of people get, confused about that, we haven't had to plow, so we must have plenty of money in the budget. And it's really not the case. Depends on the precipitation amount. And, again, just good news. I talked about this during the presentation of our budget at the early part of the season in November. We do have 3 new trucks that we received, so thank you very much for staying committed to the vehicle replacement program. That's a big bonus, and still work to do. We had a truck hauled back the other day by a tow truck, but fortunately it was just a minor repair in the radiator and whatnot. But the cost of everything is going up. The new trucks that we just bid out for the next budget cycle that was approved by the voters, those truck bids we saw go up to $225,000 a piece, whereas a few years ago we were around the $190,000 range. So, and 18 months lead time on trucks. So the value of the equipment has certainly grown. You'll see that number reflected that in just plow equipment alone, the town's invested a little over $4 million. Totally, we have over $5 million worth of equipment down there that we maintain. Moving on to page 13, and I'm sure that the boys in blue in the room would appreciate us calling out about the parking ban. They're busy enough. They don't really need to go over there and remind you what should just be an obvious thing. When it's snowing out, please don't be parking in the street. Even in these overnight situations where you don't think that it's going to snow, but yet we get freezing rain or sleet and whatnot, and these are large trucks, it's dark out. We're putting the salt down on the slippery surface, so we would appreciate having all the room that we possibly can out there. So this time of year, you shouldn't be parking in the street overnight or in any part of the right-of-way. That means the shoulder. Just because you're not on the pavement doesn't mean you're not parked in the street. When you're parked right on the edge of the pavement, you're no better off than if you're actually out on the road. A little bit of consideration goes a long way on your night with trash barrels. Try to time them, putting them out there. Pay attention to social media. Sometimes they will cancel. It's not often that they do, but sometimes the trash carriers prefer to move it a day. It's a little bit safer for their men and women to be out there collecting the rubbish.
And to that, if appropriate, I know that some homeowners will carve out past the curb.
Yep.
On the grass. I mean, it's already frozen.
Yep.
Put the receptacles there.
Yep.
I know a couple people, myself included, who do that just to get it out of the road. I know that the trash trucks have a pretty far reach with their equipment.
They do.
Yeah, and can retrieve it without
Yep.
any issues, or even without leaving debris.
Yeah, anything that common sense can come into play here and help us all out to get through it. I mean, when we're in an event, it's everybody. It's not just us out there. It's really working with the public and the police and fire and whatnot to get everything taken care of and get life restored back to some normalcy. And kids' safety. If we ever get back to having really big snowbanks out there, don't let the kids play in them. Don't let them build forts. Keep them away from the road. Personal items, get them out of there. Your Christmas lights after the holidays, take them down. Trailers, things of that nature. Any of that stuff that's put out there, should the unthinkable happen and we come in contact with it, we're not responsible for it. Just be patient with us. If you have any issues, I'll point out. We have an illustration on page 14, and there is our our policy about mailboxes. If we have time. Once we're caught up in our duties and what have you, and we can free up a person or two, we'll go out and make those repairs for mailboxes that we damage. And so just be patient. A lot of things is we're becoming more and more popular on social media. I get a lot of instant messages and Facebook posts and stuff like that. Bear in mind, I'm a busy guy too. I'm out there with the crews. We're running around and whatnot. Please just give us a call. All right. The main line is 603-432-1100. Leave a message on extension 193. Dawn and Denise are really good at transcribing all that information. We create a working document, too, so that we know that we've been there. So when you say we've hit it 12 times, we can actually look back and say, yeah, no, this is our second time in 10 years. We're sorry. But
That's a great spot for updates. I recommend everybody follow that account if they're on there, just because you guys do such a wonderful job
Thank
letting
you.
us know when stuff's going on.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, in the throes of it, you know, it's really good information. We really pump out everything that we know. We want the public to know because, again, I feel that we're all in it together. So if trash is going to be delayed, that's an important notification. Schools, you know, being called off, that's an important notification. Trees down, got a road closed, that's important because that way it frees up people and resources. Communication is key.
In the partnership with the other departments that have Facebook and social media, also there's cross sharing.
Excellent.
There's
Yes.
sharing with all the departments.
There's a fantastic back and forth between all of the three agencies involved with keeping the town safe. So yeah, I speak high volumes for police and fire on that in that regard too. Yeah, they're excellent.
Thank you.
You know, so again, this document is going to be on our website on the DPW. After this presentation, it'll be up by the end of the week. So on page 17 and 18, you'll see the names of the drivers and the people that are on your routes. Familiarize yourself with who they are. Just remind you that these are people plowing your roads, not trucks. So, you know, they're out there, they're working hard, they're trying to do a really good job and get your street tidy so that you can leave your property. So, you know, refrain from obscenities and throwing things at them and everything else with a nice cup of coffee or some cookies. We never turn those down.
You don't throw the coffee at them.
Yes, exactly. Yes, preferably not.
And I know sorry, John. I know that there had been conversation from the council doing ride-alongs with PD and fire. I would also highly recommend during a winter storm for the council to spend some time with either your route driver and Dave, not to volunteer.
Yeah.
I know Dave had also suggested multiple times that and ride along with him.
Absolutely.
I think it'd be a good educational opportunity. Thank you.
Yep.
John, you were going to say something.
Adam's great.
Adam's
get to visit with him. He's kind to everybody.
He's excellent.
So thank you for he's the only guy I get to observe, and he does a great job.
Thank you. I'll make
He
sure
does
that
a majority of the
receives that.
cul-de-sacs, or he has a significant amount of calls.
He does, but as you'll see, if you review all of the routes at the back, it shows who has how many cul-de-sacs, dead ends, what their lane miles are, and they all have a good each route is unique in itself and has its own challenges. But fact is 185 years of service there working for the town of Londonderry with everybody, and that's just our guys. We have some great temps that work for us as well, that drive our equipment, that work for us directly, and then we have our contractor that provides 3 pieces of equipment, and they're fantastic as well. So it's a really total team effort. And again, it's just a big thank you to Donna and Denise. They're kind of our front line. They're the first ones that got to take, kind of get people to kind of come down a notch, relax, it's okay. Get all their information dictated and created into a work order. So please be nice to them because, if you can't be nice to them, then, we'll see what you're ranking when we get your work order done. But there's really no need to make it personal. I mean, it's winter's tough. We understand it. And there's, we've been talking about elderly and stuff like that. They can't get out there and repair the mailbox, and we don't want them out there doing that. It's work, and we understand the dangers of working in, around, and on the roadways. And, we just prefer that we'll take care of it, so we don't want anybody else getting hurt. So. And
Dave, that their professionalism, your whole staff is a direct contributor. It is directly because of it, mostly from your leader from who they are and your leadership. So thank you.
I appreciate it, but it's my job is easier because of how hard they work and how good they do their job. So it makes my life a lot more easier. To talk to people and sometimes defend and sometimes support and whatnot. And usually, in my experience in Londonderry has been tremendous because we've all seen things through and we get things fixed right and everybody agrees to disagree or gets along at the end of it. So that's the goal.
All right. Thank you very much. Any
Thanks for your
questions
time.
from the council?
Any questions?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Keep up the good work.
Yep. All right. Old business ordinance 2024-13. So this is the first reading regarding extending the Londonderry Commercial and Industrial Tax Incentive Program. Ms. Kelly Karen.
Motion to waive first reading.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion from John, second from Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? First reading waived. Allocation of ARPA funds, Mr. Campo and Mr. Salidas.
Prior to getting into that, I had sent you guys an email about a resident with a potential warrant article regarding motor vehicle tax or motor vehicle registrations. I'm not sure if you guys want to discuss that at all. I got passed over during budget season, and he's here.
I read into that RSA. It was kind of confusing and convoluted.
He'll be able to
What
speak
would that
more
$5
about it.
potentially be used towards?
He'd be able to speak more about it if you guys are okay with bringing him up, or
Are they here?
Basically, it's a proposal from the Senior Resource Committee to put a fee on the motor vehicle registration in town, and then to exclusively use those fees to support the senior center, senior needs, I guess I would say.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't
Yeah,
read into it as
Have I
that
got
direction.
about right?
Yeah,
For senior needs for transportation.
we just got that, and I guess I'd like more time to think about it, but.
I thought I read it
I
as
think what he's
going
asking
towards
is-
transportation.
So he's up against a timeline here, so he's got a couple options. He can go to a citizen's petition
Yeah.
and put it on, work with our attorney and put it on and ask for it to be approved. I forget, was it $5 a vehicle? $5 a vehicle. So when you go to register your car, you pay this $5
Right.
fee, and then it will go into a transportation fund for senior residents. I guess the issue is that the cart, thank you, that the cart isn't as reliable as it could be, and this would put us in a better position to help service transportation for the seniors.
Are there
I think I'm
other-
getting that right.
Are there other ways to fund that besides just that? I mean,
We've tried other things. It doesn't really work that well.
okay.
He has a very detailed presentation on it and everything, and I think what they're looking for is will we, if we will, I think what they're looking for is if we will entertain it and possibly move it to the ballot, that would be one thing. If we're not willing to entertain it, then they've got to get moving on a citizen's petition pretty quickly.
Do we have?
Have I got that all right?
So can I just ask a quick question real quick? Actually, I interrupted you. Please go ahead, Ted.
My question is, do we know how many registered vehicles that we have in town?
I think there's someone here that does.
So about 44,000, give or take. So to my question regarding timeline, so a citizens petitions are due what date?
The second Tuesday in January.
Second Tuesday in January. And then can a citizen's petition be pulled back past that deadline?
Past that deadline, no.
Okay.
We ran into that issue.
200,000 here.
We ran into that issue a couple of years ago where the individual put a citizen petition on, and then the council put a similar warrant article on, and we had to zero one of them out so that we weren't doing it twice. So once the citizen petition is on and past the deadline, I think it may even be once it's submitted, we
Okay.
can't pull it back. But I'm not 100% certain on that. I just know past the deadline, it can't be pulled back.
What are the council thoughts?
I just got the email today.
Yeah.
So I mean, I need time to.
And I guess I'd
I
want to
can
know.
do
where
it.
Can he provide a little more information?
Sir, if you wouldn't mind
Sure.
coming up.
I mean,
And again, I apologize.
I
I have to
don't-
bring this up
yeah, I
during the
know, I-
public hearing.
I'm not suggesting we do anything. I'm just
I just,
giving it.
I'm not.
Getting more information
Yes,
is always healthy, so.
Just a couple of things. I think it's been pretty well. It's a pretty simple process, but.
For the community, do you mind just your name and?
Oh, John
whoever-
Wilson, Tranquil Drive.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the charter or and the Senior Resources Committee is basically what we do is to make recommendations to you folks for new services and so on for the seniors in town. So we have effectively done that, and we're requesting, I guess, that you put this warrant article on the ballot. Now, we're kind of an unusual group because we're not elected or anything, but the process is to give you the information for you to make the decision. So it would be much easier at this late date if you would put the warrant article on the ballot rather than us trying to run around and get the petition signed, which is not really in our charter to do.
So when's our next town council meeting?
It's the 6th of January.
All right, so I'm trying to think outside the box here. What if we asked the attorney to draw up a warrant article that could turn into a citizen's petition? What's the deadline for citizen's petition?
Date.
Second Tuesday, it's January 14th, so the next.
So that would give them a week.
Yep.
If we decided not to do it. So have her draw it up and say, this is what it looks like as a warrant article, but easily convert it into a citizen's petition if we decide on January 6th not to do it.
That's fine by me. I'd want to know, like, do we have another transportation service in line and lined up that we'd be using this money towards? Do we have that kind of facts and data?
Well, there's the obvious usage of the money right off the bat would be to, instead of going forward, putting the fee that we pay to CART every year, we put it into that fund and take it out, so you could actually reduce. We're talking small numbers here, but I guess it's about 30,000, isn't it? Something like that.
We would have
About $30,000 that we could move to this fund. And then going forward, the obvious things that we could do would be to expand the CART service. Okay? Now, the advantage of doing that is if there's federal money involved, this money that you're putting into this trust fund, I think it's actually in the reg that it can be used for match against federal money. So in the best case, the match is usually 20%. So we could raise a lot of money. If not, then we could actually contract out for services. A good example would be CART is a curb-to-curb service. Okay, and so basically that covers a lot of people. Don't get me wrong, but there are people that need door-to-door service or more. So, for example, I haven't really investigated this, but we could probably contract with Easter Seals, which is up in Manchester. They don't normally come down this far, but we could contract with Easter Seals probably to supply that service to Londonderry. Another one is a lot of the towns, not a lot, a couple of them, basically have set up volunteer driver programs with paid drivers that get people to Boston.
Right, I think we've looked into that before, and the insurance liability on that was...
We'd be safer with a reimbursement program.
Yeah. There's obviously a lot of problems with that. I'm just giving you a quick review of the types of things we could do.
So
somehow this got dropped we missed it in the budget process. That's why it's all of a sudden here.
Yeah, I mean, if we can have the attorney draw it up both ways, I mean, I'm just worried we don't actually have a service to actually go after
So
to
from a
put this money
liability
to.
standpoint, we'd have to figure out the administration of it. I think we're a lot safer doing a reimbursement type of policy so that, they submit their receipts and we reimburse.
A little more information too.
Yeah.
We're not the first.
Yeah, Derry's been doing this for years. Derry has that fee.
Manchester and Bedford.
And then Bedford's doing it, and Manchester.
Yeah. Johnston.
Would you guys be able to come back at us with who they're using?
I beg your pardon?
Would you be able to come back at us with who they're using to transport people?
Well, generally it's CART.
CART.
Like serving southern New Hampshire.
Okay, that's interesting because I know in the past, CART wasn't able to provide us with enough service.
Ted, we've danced with CART so much through the years, but we have to say that they've really stepped up their game now. What initiated all of this is that CART is doing a phenomenal job now, but they're starting to charge our residents that need this program $2 each way, which doesn't sound like a lot. But, as we heard throughout the evening, $9 here, $4 here, it adds up, especially when you're on a fixed budget. So that's what initiated John bringing this to our committee. And this really is probably the only item we've talked about that will bring money to the budget and to really bring more additional funds in at a relatively low cost to the residents per vehicle.
One of the things that's in terms of transportation that this particular concept is really good for is it would be a relatively stable funding process, okay? And transportation systems need a relatively good flow of money, okay? So, because you can't just having a transportation system, get a lot of people using it, and then say, oh, we didn't put it into the budget this year, so you people walk. This will allow us a smooth revenue stream to use, so we can pretty much guarantee transportation out, and can put something in place for at least 6 months out,
Okay.
if you follow my logic.
So I agree with John on having the attorney draft proposed warrant article and for further discussion from the council, have it written so that it could be one or the other. Is the
So
council?
the warrant article will be the same. It's just a matter of if you hand it over to them to go find 25 votes or not.
Is the council good with that? For Janie, and have a further discussion on the 6th?
And when you look further into the RSA, it does state that the monies can be used for pedestrian roadways, for bridges in the town. It's not just for transportation with CART, but it is clear that we could use it in ways that would help the entire community too. But that would help to have our attorney look at that a little bit more specifically.
That wording is important. The
Yeah.
wording, because this is a long-term thing, so we have to think in the future about how we actually use this money. And right now, we're thinking that we would be primarily used for senior transportation and with people with disabilities, which is exactly what the federal matching money, if you could get it, is for, okay? And the other thing we are going to do is, there's some wording in the way the usage is laid out. There's something called pedestrian facilities, which we don't know exactly what that means. We have to find out what that definition.
Yeah.
What we'd like to do in addition to the transportation is try to help eliminate some of the really dangerous parts in town for seniors in terms of getting across the street, mail, and those kinds of things. And I don't know how much we can do with money with that, but I mean, that's a problem. We hear it all the time about people not being able to get out of their houses.
We'd have to look at more areas that could have crosswalks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially,
Yeah.
for
That-
example, from the Nevins, crossing 102
102, yeah,
to
things
shopping
like that.
plazas.
And the money, and that's why we want to understand what this pedestrian facilities is.
So I appreciate your committee coming up with this and partnering with the town. It does mean a lot. It is an option. Is the council good with
You can
at
have the
least
attorney do it, yep.
having the attorney and further discussion on the 6th?
Thank you.
Are we good with that? Is there a?
Processing, I mean, we're short on time on this.
Yeah.
We can, like everything else, we
feel
can
like
talk
we're gonna
about
rush
it and
it,
say
like-
no.
Yeah, that's
I mean, like, don't you feel
Maybe
like
it's $3,
Feel like
maybe it's
what?
not $5.
Right, good
I-
point. You
yeah,
can really,
that's
it
the
doesn't
problem.
have to
I'm
be
trying to-
5. It could
This
be
is
2 or
new,
3.
so I'm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like
I'm not
this
asking.
is like we just cut 100,000 off the tax and that's.
I'm not
okay.
asking the council to.
No.
I think what we're all trying to say is do you want to put it on the agenda or not? If you don't want to put it on the agenda, then let's not bother. I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just asking.
Does it need to go to the agenda? Is that what you're saying? It would need to go?
I think it would be most appropriate.
Sure. And meanwhile, have the
Well,
attorney
I'm one.
create the warrant that could be used as a citizen's petition or a warrant?
We would, from my feeling, I would strongly be more comfortable with this if you would put it on the town warrant, because there's money involved in this, okay? There's certain responsibilities that the town will be taking on. We're gonna have Justin, he's gonna have another trust fund to work with. You're gonna have to make decisions about the use of the money. Somebody will come and certainly recommend it, but it'll be something that we'll have to deal with time to time. But I think it's appropriate that, you're on this, okay, and not a citizen's petition.
Thank you. So full disclosure, if we put this on the January 6th as an agenda item, we can put it on the ballot, we can not, or we can kill it altogether, or we can adjust it. Those four things.
I'll go with whatever the majority wants to go with.
Same here.
Boy.
I'm just struggling with the fact that it came so late.
I guess I'll just say out loud what I'm thinking, because again, it's going so late, so I'm processing stuff. So just to let you guys in on what I'm thinking, part of what I'm thinking is we have a lot of traffic problems in town, and I think this mechanism of revenue would be great to address overall that, including crosswalks, including sight lines, including
Does the
some of these
RSA
other
allow
things.
that?
I don't know, and that's where
And that's
that's
why-
what I'm processing. Like, I don't know what the RSA allows, so I haven't even had
our-
a chance to think about that.
Yeah, so why don't we,
Yeah.
why don't we obtain a legal opinion?
Yeah.
Why don't we ask for a little bit of input from PD or, as well, and then we'll put it on the 6th agenda for further discussion and education.
Yeah.
Sound good? All right. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank
Really
you,
appreciate your
Sarah
input.
and Justin, too, for being our voices through this. We appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you very much.
And thank you for finding this
Yes.
and just proposing the idea. That's great.
Thank you.
And please note, we're not dismissing.
Yeah. We're just
We
thinking.
are not dismissing.
Yes.
No, we appreciate your hearing it, and it's kind of exciting. I like that Manchester and Bedford and Derry are kind of leading the way with it, or have had it for a while, but there is a lot to consider, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, ARPA funds, Mr. Campo.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
So there's a couple items that I'm just looking to essentially formalize that have already been approved. However, meeting minutes, or it didn't make its way to the meeting minutes were wrong. It's only been discussed, not actually
Formality of-
formalized.
Yep.
One of them, the $70,000 that was approved for the police tasers back on June 17th, 2024. I'm looking for a consensus for the meeting minutes to continue the approval.
Council, do we have a consensus? You have a consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Please continue.
The next one is the $119,999.97 for the thermal imaging cameras that were approved on April 24th, 2023.
And then-
Again, in the meeting, you watched the meeting, it says yes, but the minutes don't actually clarify it, so I just want to put it in this one so we have it ready to go.
Good way to see why. Council, we have consensus?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
The next one is the ARPA firefighter personnel that we discussed at the budget kickoff meeting. Again, the meeting minutes don't fully clarify it. I'm just looking to get it clarified for the meeting minutes.
Council?
Yes.
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 And I just want to clarify for those minutes, what was the purpose of that one again? Just to.
The ARPA?
Yeah.
So the warrant article was to staff at 13.
Okay.
However, one of the individuals was moved to administration, so 3 of the battalions are at 13, one was at 12. This rectifies that issue within the guidelines of the warrant article.
Yep. Just wanted that
Yep.
clarified so people know that's what we're. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. You have a consensus on that.
Perfect. The next one is the $2 million for the high range water line extension. This was the one that was going to be part of the warrant article, but then it increased it greatly. We found out that since we already approved this money and it's appropriated, we would be able to remove it. We discussed it in various meetings about how the grant is going to be used as well as this, but I can't find any actual consensus from the council to utilize this.
Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Now on to the new ones.
So these have not yet to be presented.
Correct. So one of the items is a detective vehicle for our COSAP detective. It is a Toyota Camry hybrid, which we'll be buying off the state bid list, where this individual is driving all over the state to rehab facilities, various aspects. This will assist in the gas mileage because it's a hybrid, as well as any potential stigma of somebody that is dealing with substance abuse disorder, openly communicating with a police officer if they were to show up in a marked vehicle. The other aspect is it doesn't run the risk of that vehicle being out and needed for another purpose.
Questions from the council?
No, I'm all set.
Do we have a consensus to, what was the
And these
dollar
are,
amount?
and these are, now that we're getting to new stuff, I'm just being more
So-
clarifying. So this is ARPA funds that we do need to use by the end of the year?
Yes.
Correct. And these funds were initially earmarked for the rail trail. However, there's additional funding that's required for the rail trail that needs to be put on a warrant article, which means should that warrant article fail,
Then we'd have
these funds would be.
and they
That's why I'm
evaporate.
coming to you in December regarding these.
And then when we're through all of these we're going through, there's no more ARPA money, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What was the council's desire?
Yes. Good.
Good. Dollar amount again,
That is for $28,832.
council? Good?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Please continue.
The next one is actually intended to assist us with the current warrant articles. We're looking for the traffic patrol officer, to essentially purchase their vehicle that's part of the warrant article now, out of these funds, utilizing the state bid, and it will then remove it from the warrant article's request.
How much money is it?
This is for not only the traffic cruiser, but also the upfitting. It is for $52,939.50.
Almost a penny.
Yeah.
The issue I have with that is we get into the same rail trail thing where, okay, the warrant article fails. What happens to the ARPA fund?
I've already addressed that with Chief Bernard,
Okay.
and they were planning on requesting increasing their fleet vehicle, and this essentially would take that place if the article were to fail.
Couldn't we just designate this for that in the first place? And not relate it to the warrant article?
We could, but then we couldn't take it off the warrant article.
I
that we're
understand
proposing.
that. For me, I guess I have an issue with changing the warrant article just to make it pass. I want them to either pass or fail on its own merit.
So I guess the best way I could put it is we could do it the way that you're describing. However, at that point, they wouldn't need the additional vehicle for the traffic officer anymore because they have
gotcha.
it. So let me put it like this. This would likely be a request even if that warrant article wasn't on the ballot. But because it's on there, rather than getting two vehicles, sorry guys, we're only getting one.
Sorry, I'm just a little confused on that, so not to be asking a lot of questions.
No,
but-
you're good.
So if it doesn't pass, we still need a vehicle, but if it does pass, we still need a vehicle, correct? So that's why I don't understand why don't we just use it for the vehicle, because we need a vehicle. Then we're clear, it's not related to a warrant article, it passes free and clear.
So this won't be related to the warrant article either way. All this will do is allow us to take it off the cost of the warrant article. So in talking with the police department, they essentially were needing one more. Whether this article passes or not, they needed that.
Why can't I rewrite the warrant article just to be for personnel and not include the vehicle?
That's what this will do.
Okay.
But we can still rewrite that, yeah.
That's what we'll.
In other words, we're
Horse apiece, yeah.
Yeah, we're rewriting the warrant article, lowering the amount. We're getting the vehicle either way.
Yeah, I prefer that.
I would prefer that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
That's what he's
Oh,
saying.
that's what it's
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
And I agree with that. So
Yeah.
do we have a?
It also, in my opinion, it also benefits the taxpayers
needed
because now
you to
they
explain
see
it to
the
me.
ongoing cost rather than
I
that
was
one
trying to listen.
up front.
You need your consensus first. That's
That-
all.
Correct.
You
In
have
other
it.
words,
Order of operations.
Yep.
you're getting the vehicle either
Good,
way.
yeah.
All right,
That's
I'm good as well. Council, we're good?
Good.
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 So the
Consensus.
264 will drop to.
Minus 52.
939.
Thank you.
Thank you. On both.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
The next one is for $7,991.80. This is to purchase and replace 8 picnic tables for the recreation department, which are deteriorating and on their way out, I guess is the nicest way to put it.
Consensus from council.
Can I ask why a picnic table costs $1,000?
It's a great question.
And that's my only question.
Art.
All the picnic tables we have now are made out of wood, which creates problem in the New England weather. These are ADA compliant. They're made out of metal and they have a coating on it, so they will be, one, safer, no maintenance, and they're not gonna be falling apart, which is what happens. We spend time and money fixing these old picnic tables.
So they're forever
That's
picnic
fine.
tables.
These will be around a lot longer than I am and probably a lot around, well, it's not a long time, but
Yeah.
they'll be around. And that's what everybody's going to, especially with the ADA stuff.
Okay.
Consensus from the council.
Yeah, I'm great with it.
Good.
Good.
All right, the next one is $9,999.99 to replace the aging plotter in the planning department.
The aging water?
Plotter.
Plotter.
Oh, Plotter.
For the plans.
Oh,
Yeah,
Plotter,
yeah.
the printer. Yeah. Okay. Consensus?
Yes.
Yep.
The next one is going back to the ARPA firefighter. We're looking for $12,060 to purchase their SCBA equipment, rather than utilizing the capital reserve fund for it.
Council?
Okay.
Good.
Yes.
Okay. The last one, as you heard Dave discuss, the sand cost came in $3 higher. We're starting to pull in on our reserves that we have, so we're looking to use the remaining $34,422.39 to purchase sand and refill our reserves, as well as be ready for the winter.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a delta there. So
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And that's it.
That is all of it.
$34,000 for dirt.
All right, approval of minutes. So I've
Special dirt.
Do I have a motion to approve December 2nd, 2024 council minutes?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from
Abstain.
Ron, a second from Ted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
John abstained. Chair votes in the affirmative. Liaison reports. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at the planning board, we had talked, and I had promised to relay this to you guys. There was a discussion about just traffic issues in town, not only congestion, but other things that various people have been, we've got multiple of different conditions in town that aren't just addressed by intersections. And it was a consensus of that board to bring to the council, we should start looking and planning forward in the future of ways to systematically address these issues in town. So I'm passionate about it too, but I said I'd pass that along, so we discussed that as a planning board. So that's
What
one
do they
thing.
mean by systematically address the issues?
Instead of onesie-twosie intersections, because we never solved the problem. And you can kind of watch the end of that meeting, because I hate to try to repeat
Are
everybody's
they talking
phrasing.
about putting signals in? Are they talking about
We've got to look and
signage?
we've got to look and see what we're going to do instead of addressing it as someone comes forward, we think about that intersection and problem, but taking a look at the town versus the development, doing a longer look
So
into
you're
it.
asking for a town-wide traffic study?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're talking about money. That's
Yeah,
what we're talking
money.
about.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're talking about a town-wide traffic study?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, now I understand.
Yeah. So that was
No,
discussed
thank
at the
you.
end of the planning board and relaying that
Yeah, that's,
along.
Yeah,
Yep, it
it's
is.
gonna cost a lot.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission may have some data on that, but it would have to be updated and.
actually, you're gonna have to, if you're gonna do it the right way, you've gotta use a traffic engineer. You might be able to get information from Southern New Hampshire and from the state, but somebody's gonna have to take that information and turn it into something.
Yeah, no,
And that's a
absolutely.
traffic engineer.
Oh, yeah.
Which is part of what was going through my head when we were talking about the registration fees, and I'm like, we've got this.
You could use
other-
money for,
yeah,
you could
and-
use it for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? School board.
JetBlue's coming, you guys know that, right?
Yes, sir.
So, we also noticed that they've reduced, their routes around the country, though.
Mm-hmm. Except for they added ours.
They are coming, but, so they chose us to come here and reduce routes up other places. It's sort of interesting.
Yeah.
School board is fully involved in their budget process. I encourage the community to watch that as they navigate through that as well.
Is the CIP done?
Yeah, I was going to touch on that.
So, I'm sorry.
That's Go a ahead. different
question.
Do you want me to address that?
So, why don't we go to the town manager report, Mr. Town Manager?
Yes. As I begin week 3, things have slowed down a bit.
Jason, can you just pull the mic to him, please?
The difficulty was getting,
Thank you.
oh, I'm sorry. Getting acclimated to a new computer system, a new phone system. Without her, I couldn't have done it. And it's all acclimated now, except today I get on and they tell me that I got to change my password. I called her again. First thing I did when I settled in was I went to every department at Town Hall and talked with the people there. I'm extremely impressed with the workers at Town Hall. Friendly, upbeat, helpful, patient, and most importantly, they seem to enjoy helping the people. I can't express to you how pleased I was to see the caliber of the workers at Town Hall.
concern, which we have already started to address. Without an administrative aide up at the town manager's office in that corner of the world, it's not a real warm, welcoming area. We're going to make it more friendly. I'm a firm believer in an open door policy. We're going to put up a sign that check the door. If it's open, knock on the door. He's there. He'll talk to you. We'll put a little sign on the counter directing people. If people come in right now, it could be nobody there. If they just come in and they just stop, there's nobody at that counter and they just stop. So I want it to be friendly. When people come in, it's like coming into any other business, that they'll have somebody to talk to. I've made phone calls. The first woman I called with a traffic concern, the message was October 22nd, and nobody called her back. So as soon as I got my phone going, I called her back and talked with her, and I apologized for being so late. And she didn't seem to be that upset about the phone call not having been returned earlier. I have a general rule of return a call within 24 hours. And then I told her, if I don't, I think this was on Tuesday or Wednesday, so if I don't call you back I'm going to call you back Friday. If I don't, call me. So I called her Friday morning, and she was shocked I called her back. But people want to be heard. They want somebody to talk to, and I can do that up there. It's just I don't want it like people walking up there and not knowing what to do, who to go to, and I can direct traffic, I guess. There's been some good things going on. Sunday, December 8th, the staff from the town manager's office, rec department, police, fire, public works, and cable worked with the Rotary and Alert to host the annual Santa Parade and Christmas on the Common. On Saturday, December 14th, Cable Access Studio held their annual Santa Live event. This has been happening for 40 plus years. So thank you to all the staff working after hours. And again, Londonderry is a great place to live, which is, we have volunteers time after time come up. The dugout at the Little League field that was broken was taken care of. I don't want to mention names, and it happens all the time. Dan Bouchard, when he did the wood chips at the playground, it happens all the time. So as we approach the budget season, we're going to get into this deliberative session stuff and the town election, which I have no idea about, but we'll find out and we'll figure it out. So I'll return all phone calls. If you guys have a problem, have a concern, call me. Don't hesitate. You have my cell phone number. Just give me a call and we'll get to work on it. I'd rather get the call right away than have it fester. Mm-hmm. Because if you wait 2 days, then it doesn't work as well as, okay, this thing came up, what can you do? That's all. So.
Art, I want to say thank you very much for your willingness to continue to serve our community and the dedication you've shown to our residents and our staff.
We're in the people business, and the people are our town residents and our taxpayers, and they deserve to be treated with respect. And I've had great conversations on the phone with people. Sometimes I may get a little long-winded, but it's interesting listening to what the people are thinking, what they're doing, and whatnot. Wealth of knowledge out there. So, thank you for your support, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager, Madam Assistant Town Manager.
Just to address the CIP question.
Yeah, it's the latest I've ever remembered it.
Yes, so it was delayed, but we did meet last week. The ranking was done, and I hope to have a hearing at the planning board in January to finalize the document.
So I just have a quick question. If it's a longer answer, we don't have to answer tonight. We've got through a lot, but I'd read somewhere that by statute we had to have 6 meetings,
It's in the charter.
Okay.
The charter references no less than 6 meetings. I'm not sure. I don't believe we had meetings over the summer. I wasn't here, but I know we didn't have 6.
Okay.
So that's
Thank
what
you.
that's referring to. It's in the charter.
Okay. Just confirming.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's all I have.
All right, so folks, next meeting is January 6th, followed by January 20th, 7 p.m. for both here. I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Ted, second from Sean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.